Dude. I'm growing impatient, so we're just gonna go ahead and start very light, very easy breezy. All right. Usually like to wait for the, the intro to play through, but you know how it is, right? God, I hate the new YouTube layout. It is cancer. Jesus Christ. Yes. Dr. Disrespect, the Age of Consent. We're going to get into that because I was listening to stuff all day about it. And it seems like nobody has that much information about anything, basically, at all. Turn the volume down to there. There we go. Yeah, it feels like nobody has any actual real information or anything. Allegedly, there was supposed to be some article that came out that was supposed to be a nuke on Dr. Disrespect. But then I guess everyone was mad about the article because hey Tron, how's it going? Because the article was not a nuke. It was just rehashing literally everything that everybody already knew. I get the feeling something really, really unbelievably crazy happened. I feel like there's some downplaying going on. Obviously. Either there's just some major hype over this entire thing, and it's actually a nothing burger. Well, it has to look bad on both parties. Well, hold on. We'll get into it, Trump. But he admitted that he was talking to a minor. in an inappropriate way. He admitted that. Oh shit. I didn't change the camera. I thought the camera was on this entire time because I haven't been paying attention. Oh my god. So, yeah, my understanding is basically Dr. Disrespect has admitted fault. He has... Uh-oh, wait, hold on. Can I listen to Twitter Spaces while banned on Twitter? No, the answer is no. Let me see if I can open it up in a copy link in a private window and see if that does anything. I guess not. I guess you can't listen to a space if you don't have a Twitter account. But anyways. Oh yeah, no. Here, let me pull up the I think I just saw it linked in this Discord right here. Man, we have all sorts of tweets to go over. Jesus Christ. What is it that I was looking for? Let's look at Dr. Disrespect. Rate limited. All right, here is the thing right here. Dude cheated on his wife so he could get divorced and text Myers in peace. If there was, listen, is there like a video about the, I know that he was caught cheating or something, but I thought him and his wife resolved it. We're also going to talk about the Trump debate in a little bit, too. I would ask him if he raped that one girl who paid who he had to pay millions of dollars. Yeah, that would be fucking funny. Okay, hold on. Keep the background music going. So this right here is the Dr. Disrespect official statement on the Twitch ban. I hate how unbelievably vague literally everyone is being about all of this. Like, I don't even like the fact that the guy that dropped the info and blew all this up, I don't even like the fact that he was as vague as he was. Dr. Disrespect was using the Twitch whisper system to talk to a minor who he planned on meeting up with at TwitchCon or something. Okay, or were they like 13? Were they like 8? Were they like 17? right? Because we can talk about how the levels of severity there are. The gap between the level of severity is incredible, right? He's a crazy conspiracy theorist buying crystals to protect himself from 5G. Jesus. Yeah, also, what is a meetup? Is it a 13-year-old fan who he was talking to and like, hey, buddy, yeah, if you come to my table, then we can totally take a picture together, right? Like, now, I'm not willing to give him too much of the benefit of the doubt because, first off, where is that first response? Oof. Hold on, let me I'm super scared to just scroll down Twitter. 1 second. Where is... Uh-oh, wait 1 second. Here's something. Old clip of Twitch CEO explaining Dr. Disrespect's ban resurfaces, and it all makes sense now.
Wants to know, after all these years, why was Dr. Disrespect banned?
Wow, I've never had that one. Whoa! Well, now that I'm on Mrs. Channel, let me tell you what really happened. Okay? So, there was an alien invasion. Okay? Many people did not know about the alien invasion. Okay? And the aliens actually possessed Dr. Disrespect.
Oh.
Okay? And it actually took over the globe using Twitch.
With the Shungite.
Yes, okay. And so the only way we could save civilization, okay, was to take the action we did. Okay, so it was to save civilization.
Wants to know, after all...
What does it mean it all makes sense now? Okay, cool.
Freaky ass niggas need to stay their ass inside. Freaky ass.
What, can someone please tell me where the response... Oh, shit. Dude, he is getting absolutely fucking demolished. He is getting fucking demolished. Jesus. Oh, there's Dan. My Rust contact did not lie. Where were you? I've been packing for the past couple of days. Like, my entire life has just been fucking packing and packing and packing and packing and packing and getting ready to pack and shit like that. I also have been trying to I've made it nigh on impossible for me to get to sleep without smoking a little bit of weed, because when I was on my post-surgery meds, there was one that gave me crazy wicked insomnia. And so I was like, well, fuck it. If they're not going to give me something to counteract that, I'm just going to smoke some fucking weed. I'm going to go to sleep because I want to fucking sleep. But I had to do that for like a month and a half or a month or something like that. And now I like, ever since I got the stint out, I haven't been able to go to sleep without smoking weed. Like, I'm just awake, right? Weed addicted? Yeah, that's what weed addiction is. No, it's just like how you go to sleep. If you go to sleep in a different position, like, it's going to be harder to go to sleep. If you go to sleep at a different place, it might be harder to go to sleep. If you do the same thing every night to go to sleep, and suddenly you stop doing that, suddenly it makes it real hard to sleep. How's it going, Lola? How's it going, Dink Brandon S. Lycan? Were you being serious when you asked for a clip? I was like 50% on memeing, 50% on real. But I think it's funny that you weren't able to find a single clip of Oh wait, hold on. I was thinking of a different thing. Oh yeah, no, I was being serious, but I wasn't gonna like keep you banned until you were able to get him to respond to that. I just wanted to see if he could respond to it. All right. Anyways, am I moving to a shithole state? Oh no, absolutely not. We're moving to Washington D.C. More accurately, the areas around it, because no one can afford fucking DC, but, you know. Lots of habitual smokers cannot sleep without weed. I mean, yeah, but that's what I was trying to stop last night. So I took some melatonin. You know what I forgot? I forgot that melatonin gives you the craziest whack-ass dreams you've ever had in your life. It is the strangest shit. DC is a shithole. The North, the Maryland side is supposed to be a shithole. Haven't been to that side. The Virginia side is very nice. I have been to that side. Yeah, just a political little shithole. Yeah, I'm moving into the White House. I'm going to be one of Biden's new advisors. I'm going to advise him on how to beat Donald Trump. Two Men's? What is the TV show? Depending on how big this TV show is, I might get copyright striked for just watching it. Paste.
So he's sitting at it.
Oh, The Sopranos? No, I've never watched The Sopranos. My girlfriend loves it, though. She loves it. Yeah, I'm teaching Biden how to smoke weed. Wait, hold on. This is my president, everybody. This is my president.
I'm smoking on Bhutanese Shadow Garden grown Dark Evil pack. They watered this with the blood of 36 dragons. Shit so purple it should be asking me, where's Ronald? Nigga, this shit will turn your pacemaker off. Nuclear levels of sour, lung slaughtering, necromancer kush. Shit got diamonds on it, so you know that THC to CBD ratio is fucking swag, nigga. A whiff of this shit? Yeah, that nefarious evil sorcerer Moongrass. This shit straight out of K-Lid. This shit is what shot Tupac. Rip my nigga for real dog.
Yeah, I love this shit.
Bullet should be asking me, where's
this shit? This shit will turn your pacemaker off.
Ronald? Nigga, this shit will turn your pacemaker off.
Oh, man. I'm going to be really sad when they illegalize making AI-generated videos of politicians, because this shit is amazing. All right? I'm going through a sort of interest in existentialism. Do you believe it's a teenage phase thing? No, I had an existential like break from reality in 2021. That was existentialism is the concepts around identity, not just like, oh, I identify as this, but I mean like identity, like what is a chair? Who am I? What part of me is my identity, right? That's what sent me into like a true existential crisis, the likes of which I hope I never have again, because it was like actual psychological distress trying to figure out, or at least come. I don't think that I ever got an answer. I don't think I ever got an answer that was satisfying, but I think that I was able to satisfy the craving for an answer. I think that I was able to just get over it with the amount of stuff that I learned. That's the part of philosophy that I actually like. What do you believe is the reason for it? What do you mean the reason for what? having an existential crisis because we're human beings and we want to understand our place in the world. Teach him how to do it. Hit a 7-foot bong on stage. Dude, can you imagine Donald Trump, Joe Biden standing across from each other on the debate stage? Okay. Wait, hold on. If your mom has some extra gabapentin, I suggest trying 600 milligrams. That seems like a lot of medication. Yeah, if Biden walked up on the debate stage and just like his opening statement was just this whole thing.
I'm smoking on Bhutanese Shadow Garden grown Dark Evil Pack. They watered this with the blood of 36 dragons. Shit so purple it should be asking me, where's Ronald? Nigga, this shit will turn your pacemaker off. Nuclear levels of sour, lungs.
It's so fucking good. But yeah, no, can you imagine Trump on one side of the stage, Biden on the other side of the stage, opening statement, and Biden, like Mary Poppins, pulls out of his pocket a 7-foot long, indestructible, industrial grade bong, and then loads in shit like he touches the weed and it just sticks to his finger like Spider-Man, and it's so fucking sticky. Dude, and he loads that shit up without saying a goddamn word. He has 5 minutes for his opening statement, so he takes his fucking time with it. He grinds it up slowly with his tiny little old man eyes squinting, just grinding it. And he opens it up and he goes, oh. And he loads that shit up. Packs it in real fucking tight like, man. And he starts fucking real fucking packing that shit in hard, man. He lights that shit up with the good butane lighter. Rips fucking 7-foot long bong. Does the entire bowl in one lungful. I would immediately. Well, I'm already gonna vote for him. But what can I do? What more could I do for a man of such stature? Yeah, he smokes it and then he chugs the bong water and then fucking smashes the bong on the stage and then says, Donald Trump is a pussy. Thank you very much. And then he just like vibes for the rest of the debate, dude. It's so true, Frank Airchild. Everybody rejects Biden.
Tell that to the folks in Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Minnesota.
I just want the soda. I just want the soda part. Oh, dude, instead of bong water, it's fucking Henny. Dog. We're turning Biden into a fucking Houston native, dude. Instead of Hennessy, it's fucking actual purple drink. It's like the fucking Sprite and codeine. He smokes a full fucking bowl out of fucking drink. Then drinks the fucking codeine. Bro. When are you going to hold Uncle Sam accountable for his crimes? Well, we are. That's why Trump has 96 indictments. 36 of which, or 34 of which, he's already been convicted of. Oh, wait, hold on. You meant to hold the people that you don't like accountable for crimes that you can't prove. Fuck me. I forgot how this conversation goes every single time we have it. I forgot. Every single time we have this conversation, you say, when are we going to hold Uncle Sam accountable? And then I say, oh, well, we're trying to. But then you say, that's bullshit. 1 second. Fuck me. Fuck. 1 second. Oops. I forgot I muted myself. I missed a package. And I like this. The establishment. The entire establishment has committed crimes. Okay. Can you prove that they have committed crimes? Can you give me a statute that they have broken? Which establishment, or the entire establishment? The entire government has broken a law that is a crime against the citizens of the United States? Or like, what statute did the establishment, which part of the establishment? Okay, sure. And then, like, I want you for all three of those, all right? The Federal Reserve, that is part of the establishment. The COVID regime is not actually part of the establishment. That doesn't mean literally fucking anything. But if you can give me, like, an actual statute that was, either held in court and, like anyone was found guilty of, or like something that you think that they should be found guilty of, and then a specific statute, then you can continue to tell me about how the establishment should be held accountable. But you don't ask those questions to the people that you're listening to. Every single fucking person that you listen to, that you cite as someone that I should listen to, like Dave Smith, or the fucking If You're Feeling Adventurous guy, turn out to be complete and utter nincompoop fucking retards with the IQ of a fucking ferret. Sure, you can say all of these, like, literally. I'm going to highlight for you, okay? I'm going to pull it up on my screen. You're triggering the fuck out of me already, and you're going to earn yourself another fucking 24-hour ban. Jesus Christ. I'm going to highlight every single word in the past 4, let's do 5, okay? Let's do 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so let's highlight all of the buzzwords. Okay, so we're doing Uncle Sam, the establishment. Okay, so there's 2. COVID regime. There's 3. Big tech censorship. There's 4. Federal Reserve is a criminal mafia. 5, which aligns with asshole cronists. 6. On Wall Street and socialists. There's number 7, which commits crimes of theft through inflation. That's not a fucking thing, you absolute fucking retard. You should actually feel fucking ashamed of yourself for typing out theft through inflation. Theft implies they're taking something from you, not that it is being that the value has gone down. All right? If I burn down your fucking house, front yard sale, if I burn down your fucking house, that is destruction of property. But I haven't stolen a goddamn thing from you. I have reduced the value of your house significantly because of the fire damage. But I haven't stolen anything for you, so you couldn't arrest me for theft. You should actually feel. You should feel ashamed that you typed that out without any critical thought about how inflation could be theft. Okay? So that's 8 right there. COVID regime, there's 9, led fascistic lockdowns, 10, and mandated quote-unquote vaccines, there's number 11. Not real, some claim clot issues. Some claim, but none have been able to prove. According to some Austrian economist experts I know, they claim inflation has a comparable effect to theft. Oh, so because something is comparable, it is the same? Taxation is theft. Inflation is theft. Inflation is literally just a thing that's going to happen. You realize that, right? Even without the Fed, inflation will still happen. Inflation, deflation, these are things to manage, not things that we can destroy. Okay. What's one fascistic policy that Trump wouldn't support? That's true. Yeah, if I build an apartment complex next to your house and that decreases the value, have I stolen part of the value of your home? Private banks may print money, which could lead to inflation, but not a similar rate. How do you regulate private banks printing money? If you don't believe in any kind of fucking federal regulation over anything in the economy, all these banks could just print as much fucking money as they wanted, and then you would have rampant, because there's how many different kinds of banks in the United States alone? If each private bank can print money, you're actually fucking retarded. I'm sorry. This is actually the stupidest fucking rant you have ever gone on in my chat. We should deregulate private banks because we have rampant inflation because of the Fed, who is trying to control inflation, but they're actually making it worse. What we should instead do is we should deregulate private banks so that they can print their own money because, 18, 19, 25, fucking 50, 100, 150 different banks all over the United States, all independently printing money by themselves, could never be as bad as the federal government, one centralized organization in the fucking government, or I guess not technically inside the government, but you know what I mean, trying to manage this one thing. Damn, you've actually broken my brain for the day. Shut the fuck up. Unless you want to fucking time out. I actually can't fucking believe. I was told by Austrian theorists that inflation will be lowered through decentralized printing models as a way to stabilize markets and prevent boom-bust cycle. Agree to disagree. There's no evidence. I just gave a cogent and a real critique of that point of view, and you just said, well, the theorists said that it would. Did they give you any more explanation for why, a decentralized printing of fucking money model would be better? Fascist policy. I don't know if either side is pushing fascist policy, but it's a nice buzzword for things we don't like. No, I agree. Let me be super clear. Okay. Let me be super clear. I don't think technically either of them have proposed any kind of fascistic policies that I can remember off the top of my head. I will, however, and as someone who has literally read foundational fascist theory from Giovanni Gentile and knows more about what fascism is than 99% of the human fucking population by reading exactly one goddamn book. All right. I can pretty comfortably say I would probably consider Trump fascist adjacent. If we don't want to be mean to Trump, I would at least say that the movement that has spawned behind Trump is incredibly fascistic in nature. I wouldn't say it's 100% fascist. I would say that we're in the 70 to 80% territory. But that doesn't mean Nazi. All right? Because I don't think that they are actual I don't think that Nazis are a big problem in the United States right now. Maybe white nationalists, although these things are kind of interchangeable sometimes. But in terms of people that are super into Nazi Germany, I would say that they're not actually that big of a problem. Umberto Eco would like a word. Listen, no one has read his entire paper, okay? They look at the 14-point summaries, just like the what is it, the road to fascism, or not fascism, the road to genocide, or the 10, 9, 8, however many steps there are to genocide. Like, nobody has actually read the essay that goes along with that. They just look at the yeah, people will look at this one picture. Okay, cool. Who was it that I had a debate with where we went over, like, each one of these bubbles? Do y'all remember? That was a long time ago. Like a year, maybe a year and a half, maybe? I think Trump demanding loyalty to him over the Constitution is a fascistic policy. Well, that's not a policy. That would just be like an implicit, like, you're on my side thing, right? Would you consider that for, say, DEI being put into all companies, media, and government? You're gonna have to be way more specific on that, Jerry. Like, he wants to be able to fire every federal employee who doesn't swear an oath of loyalty to him. Yeah, that if you can link me something that where he actually says that, that would be incredibly fucking damning. There's going to be no genocide, just like there's not going to be a collapse of the constitutional republic. It's all just emotional pearl clutching. Well, here's the argument that I would defend. I don't think that Donald Trump will be the death of America, literally. Like, he gets voted into office and by the end of his term, we're done. If America is going to collapse, there is no way that it collapses even nearly as quickly as the Soviet Union. Like, it's going to be a slow burn down, like the British Empire. All right. The argument that I would defend is, if we allow someone like Trump to go in, who has no respect for the institutions, who has no respect, and actually not even just like no respect for the institutions, actively wants to get rid of some of our institutions, right? And he damages a lot of the gentlemen's agreements that we have, which is like a huge chunk, unfortunately, of our governmental system is just like, these are just gentlemen's agreements. We know that this is unacceptable, so we're just not going to do it, right? That would be bad for democracy. But I think that if Donald Trump gets elected, we are like on the 10 stages to like the loss of democracy. We would probably be on step 2, right? If we were to craft out 10 stages of losing a democracy, I would say that the re-election of Trump would probably be step 2. And the reason for that is, when you engender a culture around yourself where like it's a cult of personality around yourself, which the Republican Party is. Life will continue as normal? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But for the average person, it will continue on like normal for a while. But over time, I think that would be like the tipping point. Because again, if you create a cult of personality around yourself, which the Republican Party is, a cult of personality around Trump, the leader of the RNC got ousted so that they could put a Trump family member in her spot so they would never, ever go against what Trump wanted to do. All right? You can't run as a Republican right now and say mean things about Donald Trump. You can't disagree with Donald Trump. You can't disagree with the MAGA movement. You can't draw a line between yourself and them. Right? Whereas on the Democratic side, there is no cult of fucking personality around any single political figure in Democratic history. Maybe FDR, but a lot of people fucking hate FDR still. All right. There's just not that kind of cult of personality. They don't have this like intense hatred of the institutions. They're not talking about like hunting down anyone that goes against them. Both are cults around Trump. That's what the right means by Trump derangement syndrome. There is something to Trump derangement syndrome. I have never heard a conservative ever talk about Trump derangement syndrome with it actually being Trump derangement syndrome. MSNBC, there are a lot of people on there with Trump derangement syndrome. The problem is, Trump is actually a really bad person, and he's a really bad politician, and he's a really bad president, and he does a lot of really bad things. And so there's a lot of bad things to say about him. And if I were to sit here and list out all of my grievances with Trump that are legitimate grievances that I can argue about and give good, coherent points about like why I think they're bad, et cetera, that's not Trump derangement syndrome. That's just having an opinion on the guy. All right. Trump derangement syndrome is, oh, look at him. He's fat and, you know, he's evil. And when you ask them, why is he evil? They can't respond. That's Trump derangement syndrome. You don't have any real reason to not like Donald Trump. You don't know anything about the guy, right? I don't have Trump derangement syndrome. I hate him for actual reasons. Like if the left had ignored Trump his whole presidency, he wouldn't have the steam. What do you mean by that? Again, like, are we just supposed to ignore all of the fucking crazy shit that he did? Are we just supposed to ignore all of the terrible fucking policies that he did? Is never covering anything good about him over the past, every day for the past 10 years? Can you give me an example of something good that he did? That's not like, oh, well, he donated, you know, $1 million to a puppy refugee camp. You know, all these refugee puppies that came over here from, you know, Doglandia. Can you give me like an actual Trump cut taxes, did not lead to open borders, did not have Putin invade Ukraine during his term? No, he just like buddied up to the guy that invaded Ukraine. And he buddied up to the guy that is supplying the guy that invaded Ukraine with munitions. And he buddied up to the guy that is our number one adversary on the world stage, Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping? I don't fucking know. Putin didn't invade Ukraine because Biden was in office. You realize that, right? Do you remember a good story, even one? I'm trying to think because like when you say like a good story, I don't know what you mean by good story. Like, was he nice to someone at one point? Yeah, I'm sure that he is. He's a very charismatic dude. He probably gets on with people in person very nicely. He probably he does say funny shit all the fucking time. Like I can say good things about him, right? He is funny. He is charismatic, right? He probably is a decent businessman. But the problem is, the only thing that I care about that guy, the only things that I would ever pay attention to are the things that are related to politics. One second. Does anybody know, really quick, on the pop-out chat, how to get rid of this stupid shit? Because it covers up things that you guys are saying. It's really fucking annoying. Oh, hold on. Okay. You know, it was Trump who sent all the anti-tank missiles to Ukraine. I will say this. I will agree with you on that. Okay? I will agree with you on that. Sending the Javelin missiles to Ukraine was a good thing. You know, it was a really bad thing. threatening to withhold all of that aid unless they could concoct a fake story to attack Joe Biden before the election. Caught in 4K on tape, impeached in the House. Also, you forget, you ignore it. No, because I don't acknowledge that the tax cuts were even. My family has never been wealthy, ever. We've been really fucking dirt poor to the point where we were getting food from fucking not food kitchens. What do you call them? Food banks, because there was no other way for us to get groceries. And then we've been like middle class. All right. Trump's taxes fucked my parents. Trump's taxes specifically fucked my parents. Are gonna circumstantial to your... I don't know what that means. Yeah, also, like, if we're talking about just, like, leadership characteristics, what does Trump have on Biden? Meaning everyone is going to experience tax cuts differently? Yeah, but, like, if the big thing is I cut taxes for the middle class and then my parents start paying more in taxes as a result of the tax bill that he passed, that he touts all the fucking time. Sorry. I was responding to the thing. Sorry, I totally had a brain fart there because I'm reading two different chats and trying to keep track of two different things. Sorry about that. I have not heard, even from like conservative econ people, because I'm not going to listen to a news pundit talk about like taxes, okay? At least generally speaking. But like even conservative or like good faith liberal econ people that I know or that I have talked to or that I listen to, none of them have said that the Trump tax cuts were like this amazing thing. None of them said that it was like particularly good for the middle class. But you know what? Every single one of them said that it was very good for rich people. Too many influences. I understand what you're saying now. Yeah. Sorry. I'm a little bit triggered because of the kick chat. And then also I was trying to keep track of two different things. So I started yelling. Front yard shield. You have 3 seconds to answer this question so that you don't. I want you to get your fingers on your keyboard right now and be prepared to type. All right? I'm going to ask you a quiz. I'm going to quiz you right now. All right? What is the corporate tax rate in America? Okay. Thank you for being honest. What is a good corporate tax rate? Wait, why did I ask that? I don't even know if I disagree, if I even agree with corporate tax rate. Yeah. I've heard good arguments for a 0% corporate tax. What is the lowest tax rate that you can have. Let's say you're making $15,000. What percentage of your income is going to be taxed? Cringe take, Sondsol? Zero percent income tax? I don't know if you're answering my question or if you're saying that there should be a 0% income tax. Cringe take, Sondsol? No, I've heard from like people that I would trust very, very much that a 0% income tax is not a bad thing, and that it's actually probably more efficient to tax in different ways. I'm saying, okay, what is the lowest tax rate we have in America? Do you know off the top of your head? Econoboy and Micah, yeah, both have said that. The lowest? No, I said income tax. The lowest rate on income tax. Oh, okay, you're not that far off. Micah? Irfan? The other guy that we were doing the Get Lived podcast with? The guy that was in my house multiple times when we were streaming and talking about economics? I'm not a fan of Trump. He was just a normal Republican to me. No, see, that's like, I don't know how you see him as a normal Republican to you. I think the border issue is going to be the main decider. I think that the economy is going to be the main decider. And the view on the economy has shifted pretty dramatically over, like, since, January 1st of this year. Yeah, I don't know how in the world you ever see him as a normal Republican. Again, one of the things that is, like, so important, right? One of the things that's so depressing, one of the things that's so bad, is the rhetoric. Something that's so damaging to literally everything that we know and hold dear as Americans is our institutions, is our civility within politics. Even if we're going to take some jabs at each other, like if you look at other countries' parliaments, like, it is expected that they're going to get into like literal like hand-to-hand combat or like throw pig blood on each other and shit like that. But like we have a pretty strict, what's the word I'm looking for? Modicum of respect for each other that you don't see in a lot of other democracies. We have the most robust institutions of any country, like any democratic country, I think, in the world. Like if we could survive that first Trump term, like damn. Yeah, I would take McCain or Romney over Trump in a picosecond. Whoa. The Red South disproportionately funding the government? You're delusional. I think that literally it's a fact. I have heard literally the exact opposite my entire life. California, New York, Texas, and Florida are going to be the biggest states for the economy. And the biggest, recipients of federal aid are going to be like Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas. How is the Red South paying for 40% of the government? like with most federal aid. Pennsylvania. Wait a second. Who did this change like since the last time I looked at this? Like, when was the last time? I've just taken this for granted for a long fucking time. 6 largely Republican dominated states in the Southeast now contribute. What 6 states? Tell me what states and where you're getting this information. No. Okay. Well, congratulations. Go away for fucking like. I'll only do like 15 minutes. You're actually triggering the fuck out of me. You're the real bad guy because a bunch of things that I know that you're not going to agree with, Sondsol. Great. Now I have to fucking refresh the fucking F5. Refresh. There we go. Oh, is my internet down? No. That has changed radically since the last time I looked at this, because the top 6 states were like, or like the top 5 were like California, then New York, then Texas, then Florida, and then what was the 5th one? Maybe Washington, but I don't know that one off the top of my head. Wait, hold on. Oh, in 2021, Montana led the states with the highest proportion of federal funding to the overall budget at 31.8%, followed by New Mexico 30.7%, Kentucky 30.1%, Louisiana at 29.8%, and Alaska at 29%. Vermont relied on them the least with just 12%. Oh, hold on. I'm looking at who gets the most federal aid. Is that what we were supposed to be looking for? Which states have highest GDP? Oh no, look, it's the same fucking thing that I just said. So maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying? We have to go down to number what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Number 9 to get to like the South. Well, I guess like, do we consider? This is an actual question. Do people consider Florida part of the South? I mean, it's geographically south, but I also wouldn't consider Texas part of the South, right? I would consider it part of like the Southwest, or I guess like maybe like split it down the middle, because like Austin, San Antonio, and everything to the west of that is more like the Southwest, whereas everything, I guess you could say that's more southern, but like I don't fucking know. I would never consider Texas like in totality part of the South, and I also would not consider Florida part of the South. Texas and Florida consider themselves part of the South? I'm in Texas, and I don't know if people consider Texas part of the South. Texas kind of like people in Texas kind of see themselves as a little bit separate from everybody. But like, if anything, I feel like people talk about us being Southwest. And maybe it's the same thing with Florida. Maybe the upper part of the panhandle of Florida is like they consider themselves part of the deep South, and then the other part considers themselves like culturally different. Like, I don't know. I've literally never been to Florida, so me and my girlfriend argue about whether Texas is part of the South all the fucking time, but I just don't like coming from the deep South. Okay, coming from fucking deep South Arkansas. It's different. All right, it's different over here. Yeah, the South. Georgia, but let's keep going down. How far down do we have to get? Alabama, Louisiana, Kentucky. So we have to get down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 1 at number 9. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26 to get to like the deep South. That's like pretty bad, right? Where are you getting that southern states, unless you're counting Texas and Florida in that? Per capita, they are way outperforming them. If they're outperforming them so much, then why is poverty so unbelievably fucking bad in the South? Why is everybody in the South rocking around with fucking 3 teeth in their mouth, 400 pounds overweight, a 3rd grade education, and a job at fucking Piccadilly? Or Piggly Wiggly or some shit like that. Like, in what metric? Yeah, southern states rank dead last in every metric. Like, I've literally never heard anybody say this before in my entire life. Because it's being reinvested into their economy, hence the unequal growth. But like, if it's being reinvested back into their economies, then why are they all the way fucking down here at number 26? Was the first like deep South state. Well, I guess like Georgia, but Georgia's a little bit different. Georgia's very nicely situated. Per capita. No. What are you talking about? Per capita grows, because like this is super skewed because District of Columbia is 1 city, right? But we have New York, Massachusetts, Washington, California, Connecticut, North Dakota, Nebraska, Colorado, Alaska, Delaware, New Jersey, Illinois, Maryland, Virginia, Wyoming. This is even worse. Virginia, Wyoming, Minnesota, Texas, New Hampshire, Utah, Kansas, Oregon, South Dakota, Pennsylvania, Hawaii, Nevada, Georgia. Jesus Christ, Oh my God, they're all right here. Louisiana, Alabama, Arkansas, Mississippi. Mississippi is poorer than West Virginia? By a country mile? That's depressing. If you're more fucked than West Virginia, you've... We're doing that. This is per capita. Real per capita gross domestic product of the United States in 2023 by state. This is a directly contradicting what you're saying. I don't know where you're getting that information from because I've never heard that before in my entire life. And all of the deep South states are right here. Mississippi, Arkansas, Alabama, Louisiana. We're missing one. Mississippi, Arkansas, Alabama. Are we? I have to look at the fucking map. Scroll out so I don't accidentally dox myself. Oh yeah, that is all of them. Arkansas, Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama. Like, what I consider the South, and this is just like me personally, based off of the places that I've been and the cultures in these places. Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and maybe South Carolina, but I've never been to South Carolina. Also, don't know anyone from South Carolina, so I don't know what the culture is like over there. But like this little area right here is what I consider the South. I'm trying to very specifically do like the very bottom touch of Tennessee. Because I don't think that the northern part of Tennessee has that same thing. Can you send me the like what are you looking at that you're getting this information from so I can Google it? Like, can you like copy and paste the title of the article into the chat? Sorry, I'm just like intensely interested in this now because you're throwing the paradigm that I've constructed in my head like you know, completely topsy-turvy. It's like I'm living in a mirror world right now. Nashville is as south as it comes. Okay, well, to be clear, I've never been to Nashville, never been to Tennessee. I will be driving through Nashville, I think, on our way to DC. Like I think that we're going to be going I-10 and then up on whatever highway this is, 459. No, it's Interstate 65. Up 65 and then back over this way. I'm not sure though. If conservatives want to balance the American budget, they should encourage the South. Hold on, I want to see what this is saying. This one is federal funding per state. Oh, I bet you Florida, if they're doing like... Who was the worst? Was it Wyoming? New Mexico was the worst. Jesus. Should use in the debate? Well, so this is the title of the article right here. Okay, let's read this really quick. I'm super interested. Oh, wait, hold on. There's a video. Is there a video after the ad? We love videos here. We don't like to read out loud. Oh, well, I guess we can look at the thing that we were just looking at. Does that include in those bar graphs earlier Medicaid and CHIP? Oh, it doesn't include military spending in here. It doesn't look like. How long is this fucking ad, dude? You're covering the text? Oh, well, like the text didn't matter because it was pause. There's no Medicaid and CHIP, general purpose, all other programs, unless it's considered under all other programs. Hold on. Okay, this says federal funding. That one said federal aid. And then something said federal grants. But some, are they all considered grants or are they? Oh man, sorry, this is really boring content, but I'm interested. Finish the ad out and we'll listen to it. Are you fucking my ass, bro? Come on. No, I didn't read your final point because I was triggered. I didn't read it. Because I'm tired of it. Literally every single one of my streams getting completely derailed because you're demanding my attention and then triggering the fuck out of me. And like, for like one stream, like out of every 3, it would be nice to just like cover the things that I want to cover without like arguing about shit that I'm not interested in. Oh, of course, it's just like bullet points. Hold on. This is different. Oh, hold on. Let me. Warm weather for some of the states. Listen, I'm going to DC to avoid the hot weather, dude. Houston right now is it's the 7th circle of hell. It is unbelievably fucking hot outside. Jesus Christ. Okay, that didn't give us that much information. Okay, the way that you were saying it made it sound...
The trio is back!
Shut up. The way that you were saying it sounded like 20% of our GDP is coming from these states. But this was saying that the 20 of the biggest growers, so like percent increase does not equal like total raw output, right? The article says that? Okay, I'm just going based off of the video. Let's read it. Nearly every week, a fresh round of strong economic data elicits a celebratory statement from the Biden administration. Most of the best performing states, however, voted in favor of former President Donald Trump, a new ABC News analysis found. An examination of key economic measures, including job and income growth, found an overwhelming majority of red states among 18 top performers. Yeah, this is talking about their growth, not their output. I quoted the article. I must have misunderstood you. One second. Let me scroll up. No, you said the South is disproportionately funding the government. Being 20% of the population funding 20%, 40% of the government. Maybe it'll say that here, but that's different from what the video or what the article has said so far. The disparity between red and blue states has little to do with anything Biden has done, noting that federal policy typically holds minimal influence over state-by-state economic trends. Instead, they added the dynamic owes in large part to the appeal of warm weather states for workers and businesses, as well as the combination of company-friendly state policies and Democrat-leaning cities that attract young, educated workers. Climates are better in red states, and Americans like good climates. Man, I just don't, like, listen, maybe it's just because I've lived here for so long, but man, the don't move to Texas if you want good weather. Unless you love saunas. Unless you love saunas, like, don't move to Texas. It's really, really unbearably hot. Okay. I will read your last message, but then I'm not going to respond to it. I'm just going to read it for you. I might respond to it if I get triggered. Either way, you're a bad faith actor, since if Trump did do the fully correct thing, punch Uncle Sam's teeth out and abolish income and corporate tax completely, well, I don't agree with that statement in and of itself. So no, I wouldn't assume that that's the correct thing. It's not a bad faith red herring. I was directly responding to, like, the conversation that everybody was having, except for you, I guess. This is an article that I should look at, you're saying? This is like the title of an article I should look at? No, this is the same article. The Star Tribune. You can call me an ignoramus, but, like, you're the one that, like, literally spoke 20 messages in a row, just pure buzzwords, so. I can't even read this one. Here, let's just keep on reading this article. Some experts caution, though, that the statistical snapshot of economic performance could result partly from temporary state-specific factors that may shift in the coming months or years. At the national level, economy performs well on just about every measure of economic health. Inflation is falling, job growth is surging, and gross domestic product is proving much more resilient than expected in the aftermath of near historic interest rate hikes. Attitudes about the economy have improved in recent months. Consumer sentiment soared in January but remained well below pre-pandemic levels. Dating back to when the president took office, he's enacted a set of historic legislative accomplishments that have very directly driven the historic labor market recovery and historic economic growth that we've had. Presidential advisor, basically. Okay, we know that Texas is strong. Is San Antonio booming too? I haven't heard of anyone going to I hear everyone going to Austin, but I don't hear about anyone going to San Antonio, which is weird because San Antonio is pretty. One second. I don't care about that specific part. Yeah, this is talking about percent increase. The most poverty-stricken and lowest density, apart from the Midwest, should not be growing faster economically. No, I don't know if that's necessarily true. If you're getting an influx in funding and an influx of, investment from the federal government into those places, it doesn't surprise me that they would have a surge in their increase, or they would have a surge in their GDP, even with a lower population. Especially since the U.S. is moving more towards industrial style economy again. And they're like in New York, I don't even know if there's room, like where the big population centers are. I don't know if there's actually literal fucking room to build the kinds of facilities that they're talking about building in these other states. Sure, like the increase per capita would also be much bigger than the increase per capita in New York. But I don't know if that's like helping your point very much. Okay, we need to. I'll look more into this. I've literally never heard anyone make the claim that you made, though, Jerry. Okay, let's get rid of some of these. Let's see what this is.
डिक्लेरेशन फॉर्म सबमिट कर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने आज
Why are we watching something about India's Supreme Court? I don't care. Okay, let's get rid of that. Rid of that. We've been all over the place. Damn, I'm not even in the mood to go over the Dr.Disrespect stuff now, but we'll have to. We must. We must. No, I'm not. Listen, I'm not saying. Listen, I agree with what the article is saying. I just don't think that the things that you're saying are what the article is saying. Why does it keep on opening up over there? Also, I'm not clicking on that. It said, how do we know that Hashem exists? I don't know what Hashem is, so I don't know if it exists or if it doesn't exist, so I don't care. Yeah, I think that, like, you read the article, obviously, all the way through, which is good, right? And the article, I don't think I would disagree with anything that it said. But the problem is that the thing that you said at the outset of this was the thing that we were arguing about. And the article didn't say what you said. Can't believe that doc drama wild. Dude, the doc drama is so fucking weird. Oh, cool. Let's keep going. Where is the rate limited? Because banned on Twitter. Sorry, X. Where is the... There it is. All right. Oh, that's just God in Hebrew? Okay, gotcha. Heartbreaking for his family? Listen, I don't watch gaming streamers. Literally ever. I don't know anything about Dr.Disrespect. I don't know. Like, I know that he's a streamer. All right. I know he looks like this. I know he has the unfortunate experience of life of looking like this. All right. But, normal people watch gaming streams? Yeah, I ain't normal. All right? Now, it might be heartbreaking for his family, but if he did the thing that and he seems to agree to dispel any question that he did it. You know what? Let's just read what he said. I wanted to see what the maybe I could just like Dr. Disrespect, and let's see if we can find that initial 24 hours ago. Do we have the screenshot of the initial? Nope. 3 days ago. Here we are. So, this Cody Connors guy puts out a tweet saying, hey guys, if you guys come to my show, it was I think he had a band or something. He said that if you guys come to my band show, as a former Twitch employee, I will, if it's sold out, I will tell everyone why Dr. Disrespect was banned. And so it got sold out. And he told everyone he got banned because he got caught sexting a minor in the then existing Twitch Whispers product. He was trying to meet up with her at TwitchCon. The powers that be could read in plain text. Case closed, gang. That's pretty rough. It's pretty rough. But his initial response was the worst response that you could possibly give. No, stop. Jake, seriously, I get it. It's a hot topic. But this has been settled. No wrongdoing was acknowledged. And they paid out the whole contract. Which, like, is like saying, like, hey, bro, you're a pedophile. Whoa, 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 whoa. I know I'm hot shit. And I know everybody's talking about the fact that I'm a pedophile. But this is all settled years ago. I never acknowledged I did anything wrong. And they still paid me my full contract. Like, it's very possibly the worst response to a pedophilia accusation that you could possibly give, you know? Yeah, he's taking classes from Drake and denying that he's a pedophile. What, like, in Drake's response, didn't he say, like, I knew you were going to come at me with the pedo shit? Oh, yeah? Did you? Why'd you know that we were going to come at you at that angle? Huh? Maybe it's because you have a weird habit of texting underage girls? I don't know, man. But, like, on principle, my usual response to things is usually like, well, if there's evidence of it, if they like come out with literally any evidence, like we can go off of that and then we can adjust our opinion from there. But like, we should probably stay neutral on whether this guy is a pedophile, whether this guy's done anything wrong until there's evidence, right? We should stay neutral on it. He either did it or didn't do it, but we're Schrodinger's pedophile right now. He's inside of the box, and it's not until we look into the box do we know if he's fucking the child. So this is just like a really bad response. And that's what I thought it was just going to be. But this dumb motherfucker, okay, decided to keep on going. The Twitch ban. Hello, I'd like to make a quick statement. Let's cut the fucking bullshit. As you know, there's no filter with me. I've always been upfront and real with you guys on anything that I can be upfront about, and I'm always willing to accept responsibility, which is why I'm here now. No wrongdoing was acknowledged. But and I'm always willing to accept responsibility, which is why I'm here now. First and foremost, I do want to apologize to everyone in my community, as well as those close to me, my team, and everyone at Midnight Society Game Studio. A lot of people have been left in the dark about what happened yesterday with Midnight Society and I. If you guys want to see, Midnight Society is this gaming studio, who was, I believe, founded in part by Dr. Disrespect. Don't watch anything from him, so... On a related note, yesterday was the 15th anniversary of Michael Jackson's death. That's rough, dude. That's rough. On a related note, Jesus Christ. I remember where I was when we found out that Michael Jackson died. I remember where I was. We were in the car. We were driving around, looking at houses to move into a new school district. We were going to lose all of my friends. We were going to lose all of my memories from my first, childhood home. And then Michael Jackson had to die. God damn it. But anyways. So yeah, this is a gaming studio, I guess, that was founded in part by him, and they said, is it too harsh on Dr. D? No, I feel like we could say way worse things about the way that Dr. Disrespect looks. I mean, I know for a fact that I've made a joke in the past that he looks like a pedophile. I know I've made that joke before, okay? That might be too harsh. Well, maybe not too harsh anymore, but, before any actual allegations came out, before I knew anything about the guy, he has the stash, he has the fucking, I can't tell if it's just really, really bad hair or if it's a wig. I think it's a wig. I hope it's a wig, but that mustache is rough. Okay. So that would be a harsh judgment on someone's appearance. Okay. I also don't think he has a van with a wizard painting on the side. No, do not make him cool to me. Okay. Do not make him cool to me. That's cool as fuck. All right. Don't make him cool to me. I want a van with a wizard painting on the side. All right. But sometimes you just look at a guy and you know. All right. Sometimes you just look at a guy, and you know. Something about the look in their eyes. Right. And he's found this clever little disguise by putting on sunglasses to hide the predatory look in his eyes every time a under 18 walks in the room. But anyways, to this game studio. On Friday evening, we became aware of an allegation against one of our co-founders, Guy Beam? Guy Beam. I'm guessing it's Guy Beam, aka Dr. Disrespect. We assumed his innocence and began speaking with parties involved. And in order to maintain our principles and standards as a studio and as individuals, we needed to act. For this reason, we are terminating our relationship with Guy Beam immediately. While these facts are difficult to hear and even more difficult to accept, it is our duty to act with dignity on behalf of all individuals involved, especially the 55 developers and families we have employed along with our community of players. I know, Moisak, trust me, I know. I've seen the trend rise and I can't wait to see the trend fall. People are mad about this, but here's the real thing, all right? Here's the real thing. Dr. Disrespect admits that this is something that happened, okay? He had contact with a minor. We'll get to that part, all right? They employ 55 developers, and those 55 developers have families, and they in no way should drag down this business to hold on to a streamer who was banned off of Twitch with pedophilia accusations that are, strong allegations. And they probably have connections to the point where they can actually see the evidence and hear like the full story, all right? So, a lot of people have been left in the dark about what happened yesterday with Midnight Society and I, and we made the painful decision collectively to have me step down. I don't think that's what happened. I think they terminated their relationship with him. And we'll get into why in a little bit, okay? Our team is full of incredibly talented and good people that have high career ambitions and families, and I'd never want to jeopardize the culture we have carefully crafted. Everyone has been wanting to know why I was banned from Twitch, but for reasons outside of my control, I was not allowed to say anything for the last several years. Now that 2 former Twitch employees have publicly disclosed the accusations, I can now tell you my side of the story regarding the ban. Now, everyone is pretty vague. Everyone. There's there are way more questions than there are answers. Every time someone's like, I can tell you my side of the story, and then they're incredibly fucking vague about it, red flag. Little red alarm should be going off in your head when someone tells you, I'm going to tell you, listen, let me just tell you from my point of view what happened. And they are either incredibly vague or incredibly one-sided on it. I don't know. I think that what he said here is probably going to be truthful, but leaving out some key details. Were there Twitch whisper messages with an individual minor back in 2017? The answer is yes. Were there real intentions behind those messages? The answer is absolutely not. These were casual mutual conversations that sometimes leaned too much in the direction of being inappropriate, but nothing more. Were there real intentions behind these messages? The answer is absolutely not. Sometimes leaned too much in the direction of being inappropriate, but nothing more. They were going to fuck. He was trying to, that's my opinion, by the way. That's my opinion. But why are you knowingly, he never says, I didn't know that they were underage. Uh-oh. Copy. Paste. Oh. It didn't put the R? Fuck off. This is so fucking stupid. Jesus. What is
Bro,
this?
Jeff, I can't believe you did it. All your blood, your sweat, your tears, your hard work, the sleepless nights of grinding content creation, and you finally blew up. You're finally making a difference for your loved ones and those around you, man. How does that feel? Not gonna lie, I am deeply in love with kids. Is this nigga serious?
Oh, fucking Jesus Christ. Okay. Yeah, so is my personal opinion, based off of the very vague, accounting of what happened here, I think he was going to try and fuck the 17-year-old. And also, I might add, everybody's saying 17-year-old. I have not seen a single source for where that age is coming from. Dr. Disrespect didn't say it. Neither of the accusers said it. So this person could be anywhere from 0 to 17 years old. The guy's 42. What are you doing messaging a minor? Hey, in his defense, this happened back when he was in his 30s. No, I have no idea. Let me see here. Nothing illegal happened. No pictures were shared. No crimes were committed. I never even met the individual. I went through a lengthy arbitration regarding a civil dispute with Twitch, and that case was resolved by a settlement. Let me be clear. It was not a criminal case against me, and no criminal charges have ever been brought against me. Now, he never says that he didn't know that they were a minor in this, okay? Now, from a moral standpoint, I'll actually absolutely take responsibility. I should have never entertained these conversations to begin with. That's on me. That's on me as an adult, a husband, and a father. Ugh, that's so fucking rough. It should have never happened. I get it. I'm not perfect, and I'll fucking own my shit. This was stupid. Now, with all that said, don't get it fucking mistaken. I've seen all the remarks and labels being thrown around so loosely. Social media is a destruction zone. I'm not a fucking predator. I'm no fucking predator or pedophile. Are you kidding me? Anyone that truly knows me fucking knows where I stand on those things with those types of people. Fuck that. You know what? I want to see if he's ever remarked on someone, sexually messaging someone who is underage. If you're 17, I'm 17. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, want to take off your top? Like, I don't know. I learned stuff about how, like, the average woman's experience being on social media, right? And it fucking flabbergasts me. The way that, sorry, this is going to be a big soy rant for a second. I don't fucking get it. I don't understand, like, where these guys get the confidence to message a girl and then just, like, send a dick pic or, like, assume that they're, like, flirting or that they're, in a relationship or something, or any of the other myriad things that you've heard some girls say about, like, random dudes messaging them on the internet, right? Like, I don't know where people get that, where, like, dudes get the confidence to do it. Similarly, I don't understand, even with someone of the same age, flirting in DMs with someone that you're never going to meet. I don't understand flirting with, or, like, having an e-relationship, like e-dating. I don't get it. What are you getting? What are you getting out of the relationship? Play?
Are you a teenager?
No. I'm 24.
Too old. Expired.
It's literally Dr. Disrespect. That's a different level of disgust that I fucking hate even hearing about. Don't be labeling me as the worst of the worst with your exaggerations. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. How old was she, Dr. Disrespect? How old was she, Guy Beam? How old was she? That's like actually like a pretty critical part of this. Why? South 17. Oh, wait, I know this song. True. Blah, blah. But I think I've said what I needed to say regarding the ban itself. That's it. That's why Twitch made the decision in 2020. I feel like there's a couple more things that should have been said. How old the person was, what sorts of things were said. I'm not a pedophile, I'm a phebophile. I find pedos disgusting. True. I'll never find this video again, but there's this... Where is the... It's like a review of a anime. Let me see. Coming of age anime girl. Nope. Let me go ahead and delete what I just searched out of my history. I'm not going to find it. Damn it. There's this amazing fucking video. Let me go to my history and Hail Mary this. It's one of the funniest fucking videos I've ever seen in my life. Nope. Well, we'll never see it. Let's finish the response. Finally, if you're uncomfortable with this entire statement, and you think I'm a piece of shit, that's fine, but I'm not fucking going anywhere. I'm not the same guy that made this mistake all those years ago. I'm taking an extended vacation with my family, as mentioned on stream, and I'm coming back with a heavy weight off my shoulders. They want me to disappear. Yeah, fucking right. Nobody wants you to disappear. Until now. Now people want you to disappear. Okay, let's see what some of the responses are. Oh, is this like a hype video? Is this a Dr. Disrespect song? Okay, I don't know what the context of the video is. I guess he did this after he got banned from Twitch. That's funny as fuck. This is a statement from me personally. It does not reflect any of my it does not reflect any of my companies and has not gone through any legal or PR approvals. If you inappropriately message a minor, I cannot work with you. Period. I promise to only act on facts, and I did. Rough. That's a 3-minute statement from Mr. Ninja. Let's see what this guy has to say.
Wow, this is absolutely insane, bro. Everything I'm seeing. I have known Doc for a while now. We've played games for years, and seeing everything that is spiraling right now is a very difficult thing for me personally, and I'm sure for a lot of y'all out there. I think for me, I know a lot of you are asking,
I'm sorry, I tried to pause it.
Tim, what do you
This is such... Does he regret this bear tattoo? Because that is a rough tattoo, man.
feeling, Tim? What are you feeling? My bottom line, I think, is if what he is saying, where he said that he was messaging a minor and it would sometimes lead to teeter on inappropriate, if he knew that was a minor and those were the messages being sent, I cannot support that.
Wait, what did he just say?
What he is saying, where he said that he was messaging a minor and it would sometimes lead to teeter on inappropriate, if he knew that was a minor and those were the messages being sent, I cannot support that.
I love the fucking what's happening. We have Dr. Disrespect, Nick Merckx, who I think we're going to watch a video from next, Chris Hansen. Oh, stop off. Fuck off. Minor. It's just updating in real time. Chris Hansen. Oh, fuck off. Let's finish it.
I can't. I appreciate y'all. This is beating me up, but
How dude bro-ish is your X feed going to be? It's not going to be anything because I don't have an X feed because I'm banned from X.
this is unfortunate to say the least. This is awful. So appreciate you guys. Thank you for the love you give, and I'll see y'all soon, man.
I don't think, well, here's the thing. I don't think I did have that as an alt, but because I switched onto a new phone, I can't log into it. It won't let me log in. So I'm trying to figure that out, but right now my Twitter is defunct. I don't think that many people knew. Otherwise, I think that it would have leaked a lot sooner. I think it would have leaked a lot sooner. Like, that sort of thing doesn't stay. I think everyone knew. I think that there were probably whispers around, but no one would confirm or deny that actually had the, like, position to know, right? And Dr. Disrespect obviously wasn't going to fucking tell anyone, right? I have no idea. I don't watch Joe Rogan. That's why when it leaked, people dropped him so fast. No, I think that the second that it leaked, everyone had to drop him, right? I think that's what it is. I don't think that, like, when it leaked, oh, well, now let's listen to the facts. I don't think so. Also, this was posted today. Yeah, this was posted after his big post, right? Yeah, I'm worse than Nick Fuentes. True. Where are the facts? Okay, let me be more clear. I think that when credible sources are coming forward with something and then surrounding situations around that happen, you can usually, inductively reason. Where's Dr. Disrespect now? On vacation, like his post said. I think that when you see two Twitch employees or former Twitch employees come out and say it, and then the guy that the slasher dude who had the scoop a long time ago, but he didn't have enough information, come out and say, yeah, these are the allegations that I heard like immediately after the ban. And then we have, his fucking gaming studio who probably has connections inside of Twitch, has the ability to get that kind of information. They reached out. They talked to people that were in the know on that. They were presented with information. And they dropped him for like their biggest venue of advertisement, Dr. Disrespect, The gaming studio had to know. Well, I don't know. I don't watch Dr. Disrespect, and I also don't know anything about his fucking gaming studio. Is it vacation outside of America? Bro, I don't fucking know. I don't think he'd said anything about it. Yeah, Disrespect is going on an Epstein Island fucking vacation. All right, everyone's talking about this guy. This guy got into hot water several times in the past couple of months because he was saying stuff about trans people. So let's see what his take is here.
Yo, checking in.
I want to know if he has as much heat for a father who is messaging underage people sexually explicit messages as he has for a trans person who simply is a parent. This dude and me is me and Haz's baby. I don't see it. I see the Haz. I don't see the me. But yeah, this guy he flipped the fuck out on some trans girl who has a kid. I almost had child kid has a kid, and was like, oh, this is so disgraceful. You abandoning your children and your wife so that you could be a degenerate fucking trans person, whatever the fuck. I don't remember exactly what the thing said, but that was just because they were trans, right? I want to see what heat he brings to someone that admits to knowingly sexting a minor. Let's see.
Yo, checking in. I'm seeing everything on Twitter, and I read through Doc's tweet, and in that very tweet, he basically confirms that he was texting an underage girl, and it went weird sometimes, and look. Just to be blunt and straightforward, man, that's inexcusable. It's unacceptable, right? There's no excuse for something like that, and I can't support it. Hang on, honey, doing this, talking to Twitter. I can't support it. I can't defend it.
Hold on, honey. I'm talking to Twitter. Did he just fucking say that? No fucking shot. Babe, chill the fuck out. I gotta talk to Twitter for a second.
There's no excuse for something like that, and I can't support it. Hang on, honey, doing this, talking to Twitter. I can't support it. I can't defend it, and look, the boys and I are torn up over it too, man, because we played a lot of games with the guy, and it feels a little weird, but what can you do, So I just wanted to update you guys on my thoughts and how I'm feeling. And
there was such soft energy, such soft energy when it comes to someone admitting to sexting a minor. But when it's a trans person, he'll go off, man. He'll go off about how they're not real, they're horrible, they're abusing their kids. He was defending him earlier? No shit. Fucking link me. I want to see some defense of Dr. Disrespect. Everyone's just dogpiling the guy. Everyone's just dogpiling the guy. All right. We need to open this up for some people to defend him. Maybe Ninja will. He was on Kick when it dropped and saying there is no proof. Oh, well, I guess he had to come out with a different statement once dude fucking admitted it.
I just want to touch on some things lately, guys. Obviously, there's been a lot of like drama that's been going on, not involving me, but you guys know what I'm talking about. And I just got 2 things to say, and then we're just gonna move on and keep playing Fortnite. All right, number 1, anything involving.
Dude, is this motherfucker still playing Fortnite? Now, just to be clear, I don't have like much hate for Ninja nowadays. I used to think that he was like super cringe. I don't know how he is nowadays, but like he got super fucking famous. He got a huge fucking bag from going to that other website, whatever it was called. And now he's just fucking vibing. I respect it, okay? He's not famous anymore, but let me tell you something. This motherfucker's loaded. Show clip. He got so lucky with that deal. He did. He made the right choice. Lose the fame, gain the fortune. What clip do you want me to show? Did you send me something? Guess who's on defense mode? Oh shit, that's right. I watched 2 of the quarterings videos on this. In my defense, what I said was not off topic for what you're talking about. Yeah, I just thought it was a little shitty. And then the site failed and he'd have to fulfill his side of the contract and kept all the money. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I went from disliking Ninja for being cringe to being like, yo, actually, this guy is kind of a fucking baller, okay? This guy is actually kind of a fucking baller. Because he got so much fucking money for like no effort. Anyone else think it's odd that people turning on Dr. Disrespect all seem to claim to have or have seen some kind of smoking gun irrefutable evidence that he is a creep, yet not one single shred of evidence is anywhere online? Hundreds of people have all have hard evidence and nothing leaks? Womp womp womp. Fucking so fucking rough. Okay, what did he say here? This is the dude that exposed Dr. Disrespect. I'm sure he's just an unbiased child protector, not a weirdo leftist ideologue at all. What? Where did the leftist come from? I remember when I was watching his video earlier. One second, let me reset the volume mixer. Reset to 100%. Thank you. The quartering. Let's see if he deleted those videos now. Because I watched 2 of his videos on it, right? Damn, he's put out so many videos on this shit. Okay, so he's saying the leftist thing. Okay, let's see which one of these did he... I think it's this one.
Well, I just unlisted an old video that because there's been a pretty major update. So now I'm back in studio to do a quick update. I want to emphasize this first and foremost. We know nothing. Nobody knows anything. Right now, what's happening to this individual?
With the new YouTube layout, where is the transcript? Where is the transcript? Transcript? Do we just not get those anymore because of the new layout?
Visual.
It's on the right-hand side. Oh, thank you. Where? I'm clicking on everything that I could think could be. theater mode. Let's do it like that. And then let's try it like this. That's report. Show less, show less, show more. So fucking stupid. Okay.
Seems completely unfounded. If there's some sort of, irrefutable document floating around behind the scenes that just has not made its way out to the public eye, I can't speak to that. I can't know that. But what I do know.
To be fair, he worked for Twitch, so maybe a leftist. That's not a huge logical leap. Yeah, but what does the person's political stance have to do about this? Like, it's like imagine the dude was black, all right, and instead of leftist ideologue at all, he said like black power ideologue. What the fuck would that have to do with anything? Have I clicked this already? I don't know, but I'll open it up. Click on the title, then click transcript. I thought I did that, but we'll see. Click on the title. To the other view. All right. I feel like you're trolling the fuck out of me, but okay, it doesn't matter. We'll just listen on 2 times.
Is that the doc has just been essentially fired from his own game studio, Midnight Society.
Dr. Disrespect is anti-woke in their mind, but like everybody's been wanting to know this for a long fucking time. Why is it a leftist ideologue coming out about it?
With again, no documentation out there other than just some dude's random comment. Now, this individual, Doc is one of the biggest, most recognizable names in streaming, has been for many, many years. I don't want to jump to conclusions. He obviously seems completely crestfallen. He's talking about quitting essentially and hanging it all up. If the stuff that's being said about him is untrue, I could understand why he feels that way. I don't know exactly when this tweet came out. It was 1 hour ago. It said, on Friday evening, we became aware of a claim against our co-founder, Guy Beam, or Dr. Disrespect. We assumed that it was innocent and began speaking with the parties involved. What party would you be speaking to? And in order to maintain our principles and standards as a studio and individuals, we needed to act. For this reason, we are terminating our relationship with Guy Beam immediately. While these facts are difficult to hear, what facts? Whatever they've seen obviously convinced them. I don't know. It is our duty to act with dignity on behalf of all individuals involved, especially the 55 developers and families that we have employed along with our community of players. Who's going to buy your game now, bro? The game that they were developing, Dead Drop, is a game that was exclusively promoted by Dr. Disrespect. Now, if you're kind of jumping on, again, I suspect in the video I just unlisted, I suspect we're going to see something, and we're going to see something imminently, like tonight. The situation is changing rapidly. This was, the last few minutes of Dr. Disrespect's stream.
Like, I'm actually tired of being on social media, and I've expressed that over the years, Jam. So I just, I've always kind of hinted, like, it'd be nice to get off and just completely separate, right?
This is directly after he got the text, by the way, that he was being kicked out of the gaming studio. I wish that he had that clip included here. Oh, he does.
Go live in Costa Rica or something.
Man, you can't look like this and not expect pedophilia accusations. I'm sorry. That's just a personal thing of mine, but I don't think that you can look like this and expect not to be called a pedophile.
I don't know.
The doctor is innocent. My good man. The good doctor has admitted it. The good doctor. He owned it. It's a 70s look? Yeah, I know.
I think, I came into this.
I'm sure he is burnt out, constantly trying to go uphill. Now you have Midnight Society, when he was building his own video.
Prejudice is prejudging? Yeah, I can prejudge people. That's totally fine.
Video game has that taken away from him.
You know how we run things here.
I wanted to grab this because it looks... This clip, sorry, I want to grab. Dr. Disrespect seems to read a text message in this clip, which leads to his entire mood changing. This came before the Midnight Society announcement and him talking about possibly leaving social media.
You know how we run things here.
He's reading a message, it looks like.
Scroll down so we can see his fucking face, you fucking moron. He's mid-game. He gets a text. And I assumed that it was the gaming studio texting him like, hey, we're about to announce this publicly, but we thought we would tell you first. We're kicking you from the studio. You're no longer part of the team. Because he gets real quiet and then he starts talking about how he hates social media. Yeah, not all mustache people are pedos. Yeah, I know that. It's a joke. Are all Frenchies kitty diddlers? Well, yes, I would say that about the French because fuck the French. What? I don't think I don't think the browser is blocking it. I think the new YouTube layout is. Like I got forced into some trial of a new YouTube layout and I fucking hate it.
This is eerily similar to the last time. It was eerily similar to his final stream on Twitch.
That's weird.
Eerily similar. I assume the text message was talking about this.
When did we start streaming, champs? 2015? 16? Doing this since 2009? You know? Different scene back then. Having a good time. Playing the games that were fun to interact with and create content with. And over the years, it's just gotten, I don't know, like it's been drained out of me. It's been drained out of me. It's being drained out of my family and I. And I just feel like, you know, I had the mindset of, let's just see what happens today. How are we feeling? And I'll tell you, I just,
he's breaking character a little bit.
I don't know. I'm just feeling
he's breaking
out.
Character.
You know, maybe it's time to start something new, something different. You know, challenge those creative senses, a desire to explore different realms, if you will. But I think the first and foremost, though, is, you know, I did have a sort of a planned vacation coming up. And I think I might just extend that starting now. I know.
I just want to see the part where the quartering starts talking about the leftist.
They're taking this, and again, the first reply to this is, oh, he's definitely guilty. Nothing has been proven. And if these chat logs come out, you know, I'll need to know what was said. You know, was he chatting with somebody and then he found out that, you know, they were young and then he stopped? Did he continue to chat? Was he like, oh, cool, you're XYZ, I'll just wait for you? You know, I don't.
He knew because he never said he didn't know. It's an important link in DMs. I will look at that after we're done with this.
No. This is a conversation that was had 4 years ago. Unless like irrefutable evidence is circling around interested parties. I can't believe like this Midnight Society, like, I mean, what is going on? With no actual evidence provided and no one willing to present any, you're terminating a relationship with Doc. Yeah, this will sure help with game sales. Can we see any actual proof? Not asking for much here. Evidence, you know, I mean, again, if there is, you know, do you plan on announcing anything in regards to the future of Dead Drop and people like me are holding founders passes? Well, I assume that game's cooked. So if this company, again, you're punishing someone you assume is innocent and as an act of dignity. What about all of us that bought NFTs and founder passes because of Dr. Disrespect? Now you bin him.
If you bought an NFT, then you deserve everything you get.
But expect us to still support you. We stand by Doc. Thought you would have had a little more respect than that. I mean, this is not the actions of a rational party, but the left is not rational. The game developers are not rational.
The left is not rational. The game developers are not rational. Why is the left involved in this? Nobody's talking about politics. Nobody's drawing a line in the sand saying this is the leftist position. I don't get it.
A minor at all, no matter what it is, like is not okay. It's messed up and it's illegal and it's pretty simple. So especially if you, all right, I'm not gonna get too much into detail about that, but like, come on, it's a no-brainer, right? That's number one. And number two, with the whole Doc situation and just what's been released these last 2 days, like, here's what I'll point out for now, and that is, if you guys don't know, Midnight Society, which is the game that Doc helped build, right, and create. He was a part of the company. Did their own investigative research behind the scenes, right, and found enough, right?
What the fuck are these comments? Fingers getting slow sucky. My whole body is seltzer right now. Shut the fuck up. Can I have like a Zoomer translate this for me? Does anybody know what the fuck that means? Fingers getting slow sucky. What the fuck does that mean? Sorry, I saw that there and had to see what the fuck. Was this quartering video pre or post admission? It was pre-admission. Oh, you know what? We should see what his post-admission video says. I think it's bots. No, these are streamers. Probably saying his reaction time in Fortnite is getting slower. Then what the fuck does the seltzer thing mean? Quick rewind. 23
And there were other
minutes?
rumors associated with when that came down as well. So, and if you just start putting together the timeline,
we'll go to 24.
And here's the thing: it's not just Twitch; it's Amazon. You got to remember that. Think about the parent company, because you're not talking about Twitch. You're talking about Amazon. You're talking about one of the biggest companies in the world. And yes, they will fight it. And yes, they have unlimited resources. But at the end of the day, they do not want to open that box, man. And people will say, he didn't know, or like, what's the criminal action of talking to a minor, right?
Oh, man.
Number one, that's creepy, right? For you to say that, because Doc in his post said that they were, in his words, I think it was borderline inappropriate, right? Like, a grown man should not be having anything remotely considered close to inappropriate conversations with children.
That's what I was saying.
Replace the word minor with children, and that's how you should feel about it.
Yep. Yeah.
So,
sorry.
And I was about to say, but here's the issue, and I think we can kind of.
Is this the 23-minute mark? No, I think let's see what this is. Oh, go back 3 minutes? Oh, okay. 3 minutes. Well, I'll go back 5.5 now.
Find out.
Well, he was already unfaithful to his wife before, and you were still
support all of Doc's stuff anymore. I get affected by everybody. Doesn't matter if they're streamer or not a streamer. In fact,
I'm reacting to what you said, man.
Right.
So
regardless of regardless of that fact, I'm not gonna sit here.
Hold on. Let's go back to what he said.
Jay, it's not the fact that I put people on a pedestal. Everything involved with it is. But that's just me.
Qualifies for at minimum $1,000.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I mean,
there you go.
I do want to point out. I do want to point out to everybody that
I want to point out a hot take real quick. Hold on, guys. I know that we're talking about a guy that just admitted to sexting with a minor, but I just need to point something out that I feel like we're not all touching on yet. I don't know who any of these motherfucking people are, but just the fact that they were mad at him a second ago and then we rewind, you gotta know this is gonna be some crazy shit.
That, I don't condone all the nonsense that Twitch employees are doing in order to bring all this stuff up now. I know it may seem like it because I'm frustrated about the Doc situation, but that's just me as a fan who has been a fan for a long time. The fact that it's swept under the rug is frustrating enough, but I mean, it's everything involved with it is frustrating. The Twitch employees, the responses, all of it is annoying and it's frustrating and it's pretty freaking depressing.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just don't put people on a pedestal that you don't know.
I don't want to say anything.
Jay, it's not the fact that I put people on a pedestal. It's the fact that I, regardless of whether I know anybody or not, it's a personality element of mine. I connect with people regardless of whether I know them or I don't. So if people are having issues, I feel that regardless. And so it's not, I don't,
empath,
at the end of the day, I don't worship anybody. Hero worship, one of the worst things you can do. But I hate seeing people's lives ruined one way or another because that makes me sad, right? It makes me sad that people's lives get ruined, period. It's not hero worship, and I'm not putting them on a pedestal. I just care about them because they're human beings at the end of the day. And we should all have a little bit more care for the human beings in our lives. So
we've seen this before with athletes as well, like Kobe Bryant. Like Kobe Bryant, he had that whole thing where he cheated on his wife, and that girl was very young as well.
Didn't he rape that girl? I'm sorry. I don't know basically anything about Kobe, but didn't Kobe rape a minor?
He faced a lot of heat for it, and then Kobe Bryant was beloved, even this is well before he passed away. And then Tom Brady had an affair on his wife, who he had a child with, and with Giselle, left that relationship, and then he faced a lot of heat for getting a relationship with Giselle, and he came out on the other end, and Tom Brady.
Yeah, but Tom Brady's also a fucking weirdo. I think he was found not guilty though. I don't know anything about it. Jerry Seinfeld's a pedo who actually did shit with a minor and nobody bats an eyelid. Damn. Well, good thing I never watched Seinfeld, so I have no reason to be, upset.
Brady is beloved as well. So this isn't the first time that we've seen something horrible happen to people that we look up to, not just streamers, but athletes. Like these people are human. So it just sucks to see all around. It's very fucking depressing.
Jay, did you have a counterpoint to Ben? And by the way, Rumble's up and running now, I think. I finally fucking got it working. Go ahead, Jay.
You're letting a person who plays video games online affect your daily life. That's a form of worship. I'm sorry to tell you that.
Oh no! Now they're gonna fight about it. They can't move on. They can't let the empath be an empath. They gotta have the last word.
That's something there. If you're letting someone that is entertaining you affect you sadly, and you're depressed and you're down about it and all that, then that's.
I get affected by everybody. I get affected by everybody. It doesn't matter if they're a streamer or not a streamer. In fact,
I'm reacting to what you said, man.
Right.
So
regardless of that fact, I'm not going to sit here and support all of Doc's stuff anymore. That's not because at the end of the day, you did something that I don't agree with. Period. That's it. We're done. Right.
But do you know that for a fact?
I mean,
what if he didn't know? So is the problem that he might have that he messaged a minor, or the fact that he was unfaithful to his wife?
And that's the thing that we need to find out.
Well, he was already unfaithful to his wife before, and you were still supporting him.
So what we certainly know is that he was unfaithful to his wife again. Maybe not physically, but emotional.
And my thing is, who
cheating
fucking cares?
right there.
If he's entertaining you,
that guy was trying to meet up with the chick. I'm sorry. If you're flirting with someone and you're talking about meeting them at TwitchCon and shit like that, you're planning to meet up. You don't get to fucking, 5 years later say, were there real intentions behind these messages? The answer is absolutely not. One second. Does he admit to, no, he doesn't explicitly say that he had talked about meeting them at TwitchCon, because that was the original, he was trying to meet up with her at TwitchCon. Yeah. You don't get to 5 years later run away from that. Okay.
You on a video game stream, who cares? I think the line would be if he's trying to go after, if he's actively talking to someone that he knows is underage. I think that is the changer for everything. But if your line is that the guy that I watch play video,
yeah, imagine the logs get leaked and the minor was the one that stopped the interaction, or imagine that neither one of them was going to stop the interaction. It was Twitch that stepped in. Oh, the trial was dismissed because the accuser refused to testify. Gotcha.
Games might be a shitty guy in real life. Guess what? You're going to be disappointed 100 times.
Right,
100
because
times.
everybody is a human being, and everybody
is fucking retarded.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody has problems. No, but the talking to a minor stuff definitely strikes a little bit of a different chord for sure.
And that's what it boils down to. Whether or not when these chats get released, if he knew at the time when he was talking to this person, if he knew that she was.
Oh my God. These are the fucking these are the defend children people right here. 17 is not a child unless they're trying to, go and get gender affirming care or something like that. Then they are a child. And honestly, we shouldn't be letting children or adults up to 25 when their brain is fully developed be allowed to transition. All of the protect children people are donating and saying 17 is not a child. What's the next one over? Because I'm certain I saw a different one that said that. Oh, it doesn't let me look at the ones before that? Or no? It started scrolling for a second. Okay, well, it won't let me scroll through. Wait. No, it doesn't let me. Cool.
Was underage. If he was misled, and even if he was misled and then later found out that she was underage and then continued.
Also, yeah, we say minor, but 17 versus 13 is a massive difference. Yeah, I said that earlier. I don't know why everybody is saying 17. Can someone find me literally any source on where 17 came from? Because I haven't seen literally anyone that actually has seen the information, right? The the gaming studio, Dr. Disrespect himself, the people here. Nobody said 17, to my knowledge. So please, where the fuck did 17 come from?
The conversation. That's what we need to find out.
Yes, and
but we all know those chats are never going to see the light of day.
No,
They
I
might. They might.
I heard the quartering. So quartering's been in contact with a lot of people. I heard the quartering say earlier that I don't think that we're ever going to see those based on the information he has, and the quartering's been pretty on point about everything. That's not to say he's 100% on it, but I think that these chats, I think the chats are
never coming out. Just letting you guys know, the logs will never get leaked. If they do, that'll be really funny. But I just don't think that Twitch has any reason to do that.
Probably going to be very bad for everybody involved. They would probably be. They might be better for Doc than anybody because it might show that like this whole thing. Again, hypothetically, I don't know. But there's a reason. There's a reason it hasn't been released. But I'll go back to what Savvy said in the beginning of this whole thing. And
probably because of an NDA.
It's the same point as Vince McMahon, Johnny fucking Depp, or whatever. Like it's like they will take you down in a fucking minute. All right. Now, if Vince was friends with the Clintons, I don't think that would have happened. Okay. But at the same time, Johnny Depp wished for the assassination of President Trump.
We just fucking rocketed so fucking what?
Johnny fucking Depp or whatever. Like it's like they will take you down in a fucking minute. All right. Now, if Vince was friends with the Clintons, I don't think that would have happened. Okay. But at the same time, Johnny Depp.
If Vince McMahon was friends with the Clintons, nothing would have happened to him. Didn't he rape and like beat women like a lot?
Johnny Depp wished for the assassination of President Trump. They still took him down.
Wait, did he?
Oh yeah. He had to backtrack. He said it publicly. He said it publicly.
He was live on stage doing some type of. He had like a guest speaking thing, and he goes, it'd be funny to me. You know what I'd really enjoy is if somebody were to, do something horrible to the president of the United States. And this was during the time that Trump was in office.
Yeah. And so do I think Vince McMahon's a piece of shit? Absolutely, I do. I think Vince McMahon is I'm a wrestling.
Wait, and force them to do scat stuff? No way. You can't be real. That can't be real. With Brock Lesnar? Dude, imagine the fucking horrible substance that came out of fucking Brock Lesnar. Imagine Brock Lesnar shitting on you. Fuck. That's the worst fate imaginable. That's actually, Brock shitting bricks. Jesus Christ. And especially with the amount of muscle mass on that guy, you know that he could shoot the shit at a high velocity, okay? Jesus fuck.
Fan. Vince McMahon is a psychopath, all right? 100%, all right? So I'm not disputing that. But you know who else is a psychopath?
This guy right here is like, I'm gonna let him cook. But I'm not sure I'm gonna eat. I'll let him cook, but I'm not sure I'm gonna eat.
Weinstein, you know how long he was protected in Hollywood and everybody knew what he was about? A long time. Meryl Streep said Harvey Weinstein is God in front of a room full of Hollywood people that knew exactly what he was. And that whole room stood up and applauded when they knew what he was all about. That's the world we're in.
Okay. Is this a conspiracy theory? Is this like a
Go ahead, Craig.
Do they think that Hollywood is like an actual literal fucking cabal with Harvey Weinstein as the god, and they were like sacrificing people up to it? Like, okay.
So a couple things, right? Number one, people who are calling DACA a pedo, right? I hope they're as passionate about the actual things that we're seeing from actual pedos, in Hollywood, as they are with Doc, right? Like, just if you're gonna have a line, that's the line, awesome. But don't pick and choose because one guy thinks a certain way versus another. I was also doing a little research while we were talking.
Is Dr. Disrespect fucking conservative or something? Why the fuck are we like doing this like weird like side skirting, kind of defending him, kind of not? I don't want to be, seen, riding with a fucking pedo, but I also want to make sure that everybody knows that I don't agree with the leftists. Like, what the fuck is this? If it wasn't for streaming, just because they're streaming doesn't mean that they're not losers, okay?
This, according to Doc in his post today, he said this happened in 2017. You know what else happened in 2017? Well, he cheated on his wife, right? That's according to Doc in December 14th, 2017. And there were other rumors associated with when that came down as well. So, and if you just start putting together the timeline, and once again, this is all speculative, but I'm just going to put together a timeline here. Doc started streaming 2014, 2015, right? Started gaining notoriety. At that point, he'd become the streamer of the year, right? This is the guy who won the Trending Gamer Award at the Video Game Awards in 2017. He was on top of the world. He felt untouchable, right? He felt like his shit didn't stink. And when you reach that point,
he put shungite crystals in the corners of his room. Can you get me a clip of that? Search. Okay. I ain't taking no goddamn vaccine. That'll give you blood clots. These rocks will protect me. Oh, fuck.
That's when you run into issues. And I think his ego got in the way, and he's like, no one's ever going to catch me. And guess what? He got caught. So I think he reached at a certain point to where he started thinking nothing could be touched, started maybe having some conversations with people that he probably shouldn't have had conversations with, thinking nothing was going to happen. And ultimately, something bad happened. And you always get caught. Always. So it's, and people say, caught with what? He's a 35-year-old dude talking to a child.
Yeah.
I don't know how much more clear you could possibly see. People say, well, 17 is not a child. In the state of California, where he's having that conversation, it is 18 years old. So yes, he was talking to a child. I'm sorry. That's the reality of it. Replace minor with child, and it's fucked up.
Yep. And I know there's a lot of people that are not wanting to accept this, and I totally get it. But these are Doc's words that we are using. Doc's words, his tweet, his words, he said it. And he said that the conversation was somewhat or could have been deemed as inappropriate, moving towards inappropriate. And he did not specify if he knew if this person was or wasn't, but he specified that the person was underage. Those are his words. That's all we have to go on is his words, and it ain't a good look. It ain't a good look at all. So what a crazy story. All right. So we have a lot of, oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, that's why I said there's a lot more questions now than answers. It's wild.
Yes, absolutely. And we've got a lot more to talk about. We got a guy on the panel named Jake who found himself in some interesting crosshairs this weekend. And it's been fun to watch for sure. I've been I've been enjoying watching your Twitter.
That's a horrible way to introduce this. Whatever topic you're talking about here is a horrible way to introduce this after that last topic, dude. Jesus Christ. This Jake guy is like dying inside.
Kind of explode for sure, because it's been wild. But we at the end of the day, this is going to be a very divided topic no matter what. It's like walking on the Thunderdome is Twitter right now. It doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter what side of the equation you're on. If you have an opinion on this topic, you are going to get fired up, and you're going to get a bunch of replies. Let me see if I can find this picture that I tweeted really quick, because I mean, this kind of does put in perspective. And just so you guys know, again, I do have Rumble up and running finally, so I apologize for the delay on that. But right here, this is it. Every tweet you make, this is Twitter right here. So use
okay, cool. What an absolutely fucking buck wild series of statements from these people. We had the empath who was just very sad whenever someone's life gets ruined. We had the dude that was like kind of weirdly talking about like conspiracy theories with the Clintons, and if Dr. Disrespect was, friends with the Clintons, then nothing would have happened to him. Okay. Very strange.
Anyways, I bought a whole bunch of shungite rocks. Do you know what shungite is? Anybody know what shungite is? No, not Sugnite. I think he's locked up in prison. Talking shungite. Anyways, it's a 2 billion year old like rock stone that protects against frequencies and unwanted frequencies that may be traveling in the air. That's my story. I bought a whole bunch of stuff, put them around the La Casa, little pyramids, stuff like that.
It'll protect you from the bad energy. This whole convo is so fucking stupid. Age of consent in Australia is 16. Who fucking cares? He sent a few raunchy messages to a girl who wanted him. I think it's weird. I think it's weird. I'm sorry. Yeah. I know, like, once they're 18, it's legal. I'll do that. It's illegal. But, and sometimes age gap relationships are fine. But I'm not going to lie. Listen, as someone that taught at a high school, as someone who has taught at a middle school, as someone, is it worth destroying his life and career? No, I don't think that his entire life should be over. I don't think that he should be incarcerated or anything. Well, depending on how raunchy those whispers were, right? But yeah, that would, the mustache is what is the real killer here. But like, yeah, you're a fucking entertainer in front of a bunch of fucking people, and your like main audience is probably south of 23. Okay. And then you're going to start messaging some of those people who are underage, who are looking up to you. You have a wife and children, and you're talking to like high schoolers. Like, I don't know about you guys. The older I get, and I'm only 28, okay? The older I get, the more high schoolers look like infants to me. And that's not like me virtue signaling. That's not me like trying to like own the phebophiles. No, it's just like legitimately, the older I get, the younger they look. And I don't get it. You know? Also, he probably wouldn't even need to pivot to some corpo job.
Does Joe Biden...
1 second. Guy Beam net worth estimated between $8 and $10 million. Now, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if that's enough to. How old is this guy? 42? Now, I don't know how much you need to live on for the rest of your life. But like $10 million is that's a lot of fucking money. You could probably live comfortably for the rest of your life off of that, just like off of like decent investment, and then not spending all your goddamn money. Okay, let's watch this.
Does Joe Biden have a brother? I'm lucky I have two younger brothers. I'm the oldest of three, and I've got a sister who's the love of my life.
The Fox News Decision Desk can now project that former Vice President Joe Biden will win the state of Alabama.
Does Joe Biden...
All right, that one's good. All right. Have we beat up on this? On this poor pedophile long enough? I think so. Let's see. Is there anything that we haven't gone over? Okay, so unverified email, disrespects. Gotcha. Looks like we are done with it. Oh, we were going to look at the quartering. Last thing, okay? Sniffs children hair. Are you okay with that, Sondsol? I don't know if he like actually is sniffing people's hair. And if he is, it's fucking weird as shit. I don't know if that's like a dementia thing or something. If he does anything, won't support him anymore. But deranged fat activist doctor losing her license. Maybe we'll watch that, but I'm not sure. Dr. Disrespect just admitted. Let's see what he has to say.
Jeremy here from the quartering, and I wanted to give a little bit of time for the dust to settle as we have now confirmation. The documents that we thought were going to come out.
Shifty Shell Shock dying? I don't know who the fuck that is. I've never heard that name before in my life. Butterfly singer? Hold on. Do I know his music? I'm going to mute the... What is Crazy Town Butterfly? Oh. Okay. Well, that's sad. Is that like their only song? He was most likely a pedophile? Huh. How did he die? Let's go to one that's not paywalled. Found dead at home. Gonna guess it was an overdose. No cause of death has been released. Okay, gotcha.
Have started to come out. Apparently, there are more articles being written. However, based on my sources with some of these journalists, I think this is about as much as we're going to get. For people who have been following, I hope you'll appreciate that I've tried to stay upfront about my own biases. I do enjoy Dr. Disrespect. I've continued to give him the benefit of the doubt because we've seen numerous examples of people who...
Sorry, I didn't hear what he said because I was thinking about something
What's up,
else.
everyone? Jeremy here from the quartering, and I wanted to give a little bit of time for the dust to settle as we have now confirmation. The documents that we thought were going to come out have started to come out. Apparently, there are more articles being written. However, based on my sources with some of these journalists, I think this is about as much as we're going to get. For people who have been following, I hope you'll appreciate that I've tried to stay upfront about my own biases. I do enjoy Dr. Disrespect. I've continued to give him the benefit of the doubt because we've seen numerous examples of people who have had their entire lives ruined based on rumor and speculation. And I think based on now what we have a direct statement from the doc, and people are going to feel some kind of way about this. I think if you hear what he has to say here and you think, I'm done, that's it, I think that you're 100% valid in feeling that way. If you read this and you think, well, that wasn't very satisfying, I don't really know enough, that's also valid. I think a lot of people really dislike the doc and want to believe the absolute worst. The fact of the matter is, we don't really know what was said. I don't want to just sweep or cover for him and pretend like it isn't a big deal, because it is a big deal. Because at the end of the day, he has admitted that 4 years ago, he did send some messages that were not appropriate. To me, my immediate question, well, let me just read his thing. The Twitch ban. Hello, I'd like to make a quick statement. This is Dr. Disrespect himself. Let's cut the BS. As you know, there's no filter with me. I've always been upfront and real with you guys on anything that I can be upfront about, and I'm always willing to accept responsibility, which is why I'm here now. First and foremost, I do want to apologize to everyone in my community, as well as those close to me, my team, and everyone at Midnight Society Game Studio. Now, we found out his buddy at Midnight Society Game Studio just disavowed him, like many people will, in the coming hours. My position is trying to be a little more nuanced, but I want to just read it how it is. A lot of people have been left in the dark about what happened yesterday with Midnight Society and we have made the difficult decision collectively to have me step down. Our team is full of incredibly talented and good people that have high career ambitions and families, and I'd never want to jeopardize the culture that we have carefully crafted. I assume Doc still has a lot of financial reasons to hope that this game works out for him. Maybe he's still thinking about promoting it at some point. I don't know. To me, this game is probably DOA. So he continued, everyone has been wanting.
Why? Because they cut ties with him to protect the company, because the main guy that was promoting it, like, turned out to be pedophilic? Is that how we're doing this? Like, because he's on your side, you're okay.
You know why I was banned from Twitch, but for reasons outside of my control, I was not allowed to say anything for the last several years. Now that 2 former Twitch employees have publicly disclosed these claims, I can now tell you my side of the story. Were there Twitch whisper messages with someone that there shouldn't have been, we'll say, back in 2017? The answer is yes. So he did message somebody who he shouldn't have been. Now, at this point, I think a lot of people will ask, like I'm asking, we need to see the messages. I need to see the messages before I can make a real determination. But I think that it's very reasonable for people to say, okay, well, he did it, and abandon ship. I think that's a very valid way to react to this. He wrote, were there real intentions behind these messages? The answer is absolutely not. These were casual, mutual conversations that sometimes leaned too much in the direction of being inappropriate. So he was being, he was probably flirting with somebody that he shouldn't have been, which is exactly what I thought was going to come out this morning after seeing things break down. But he also said, but nothing more. So I want to stop right there and tell you, or he continues, no pictures. Nothing against the law happened. No pictures, nothing, no crimes. I never met with any individual. I went through a lengthy arbitration regarding a civil dispute with Twitch, and that case was resolved by a settlement. Let me be clear, it was not a criminal case against me. No criminal charges have ever been brought against me. So obviously he was joking around, real or not, with somebody that he shouldn't have been. Probably, was it locker room talk? I don't know. Were there jokes about, if there's grass on the field, play ball kind of stuff? I don't know. Obviously that would be far more concerning than joking around. I don't know. We don't know. And from the sources I've talked to, there are no logs for this. From a moral standpoint, I'll absolutely take responsibility. I should never have entertained these conversations to begin with. That's on me. That's on me as an adult husband and father. It should have never happened. I get it. I'm not perfect, and I'll own that. This was stupid. Now, with all this said, don't get it mistaken. I've seen all the remarks and labels being thrown around so loosely. Social media is a destruction zone. I'm no creep or P-word. Are you kidding me? Anyone that truly knows me, where I stand on what I've said, what I needed to be saying regarding the ban years. We love you guys. Can't imagine. Like you can't imagine. I have the best community and circle. If any of this has made you feel uncomfortable, I get it. You don't have to experience going anywhere. I'm great. Now, obviously, since this, Turtle Beach has now ended their partnership with Dr.Disrespect. Here's what I can say in terms of the comment he made about, the weight lifted off his shoulders.
There are logs? What are you talking about? The logs will never be released.
In a perfect world, we'd see those messages, and those messages would just be like stupid locker room talk that shouldn't have happened. I can't speculate what it was. Nobody can. Obviously, people who really, really, really don't like Dr.Disrespect will take the worst possible scenario, and people who really support him will think it's just locker room talk, like I said, or something dumb. At no point has he met up with anybody or did anything like that. Obviously, here's what I can say: he did not get locked up. So obviously, it wasn't the worst side of things. When you look at a lot of these statements that people have given, if it were the worst type of thing, the worst type of conversations, I would assume that, PD would have been involved and that all sorts of stuff, like that. A lot of people say, they weren't talking about Overwatch. I feel like obviously these messages never should have happened. Now, of course, the journalist industry putting stuff out, putting it behind paywalls is pretty sad. You see the Act Man here, no new information provided, no DMs shown, no evidence revealed, no names, no identities of the sources. Article put behind a paywall. There's nothing more than a summary of what we've already heard, except you now have to pay to read it. This stuff is getting old real fast. Where Slasher had shared this article from Bloomberg. A lot of people saying he's innocent. There's no proof. Crowd going to be real quiet all of a sudden. I don't know. There was no proof provided in this article. But what matters is Doc, he admitted it. Was it a mistake? Obviously, right? This is his business partner. This is a statement from me personally. It does not reflect any of my companies. It has not gone through any legal or PR approvals. If you message someone you shouldn't be, I cannot work with you, period. I promised to only act on facts, and I did. I think, without seeing the messages, it's hard to completely say this guy is the worst on the planet. He never tried to meet up with anybody. He never tried to, as far as we know.
Bro, my God. The amount of skepticism for this dude is unbelievable. I don't get it. Does anybody get it? Because I don't get it. Why is that a thing?
I have seen no claims of anything totally out of pocket that he said. Obviously, messaging this type of, anybody in this type of scenario is not good. It's not okay. Look, I have a Discord or a Guilded. I don't know how old everyone is in that, in that conversation. What we don't know.
Are you sexting with them? Are you sexting with them? Do you know how many years they have under their belt before you message them or sext them? Is that something that you try to check?
Did he know when he messaged them? What did he message them? And the fact of the matter is, we're never going to know. My sources tell me there are no logs. There's nothing like that that's ever going to come out. So now all we have are people who will say, well, it was obviously the worst possible thing. You must have been trying to meet up with them, this, that, and the other thing. And people like, more in my camp, they're like, well, yes, he should not be messaging anybody. I'm concerned just because I cover people who get canceled for this kind of stuff. I would like to know more. Unfortunately, I'm not going to know more. For me, Doc has been a revolutionary individual in the streaming world. None of this really changes that. His own admission here is all most people probably need to know. He did message somebody. That's why he got cut. But also, he never broke any laws. Obviously, if he did, Twitch would not have paid out his contract. He'd be locked up. More people would absolutely know about it. Let me know what you think in the comment section down below. Are you abandoning Doc? Is this too far?
Okay, cool. That's really rough. Why the fuck are you sweeping like him? So fucking hard. It doesn't make sense to me. All right. Let's watch this Vosh and J-Reg video. Are y'all ready for that? It was just locker room talk.
Moved on her, and I failed. I'll admit it.
Yeah, this tape and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. Jesus fucking Christ. This is what a revolutionary looks like, guys.
I did try and fuck her. She was married.
It's huge news there.
No, Nancy. Yeah. No, this was marriages, and I moved on her very heavily. In fact, I took her out furniture shopping. She wanted to get some furniture. I said, I'll show you where they have some nice furniture. I took her out furniture. I moved on her like a bitch, but I couldn't get there, and she was married. Then all of a sudden, I see her. She's now got the big phony tits and everything. She's totally changed her look. I better use some Tic Tacs just in case I start kissing her. I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. You just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
Whatever you want.
Grab them by the pussy. You can do anything.
Pull the hell.
I don't like the idea of Trump having sex with anybody. I'm not gonna lie, guys. the thought of anybody being subjected to seeing him naked is a very psychically damaging thing to me. Yes, quote unquote conservative values, guys. All right. Progressive Victory Spotlight. All right. Everybody has a take on Progressive Victory. I barely do. This is what I'm going to say. I think that Progressive Victory is fucking retarded for keeping Vosh on after the Lolicon picture debacle. I think after that, they shouldn't have kept him on. I think that's fucking ridiculous. Like for the goal that they're trying to go for, why the fuck would you keep him on? Like you have people with bad optics on. I understand that, right? Like I do get that. You have Destiny, you have Vosh, but after one of them has actual images on their computer of childlike depictions of anime girls, now it's time for us to cut it. They wasted so much time and resources on this stupid race. Do we know how much they've put into it? I was baffled that he was there. Like, for him to be the person spearheading this is actually fucking crazy. And hold on, can someone, is it in the Discord? One second, let me see here. Scroll up, scroll up, scroll up. Shouldn't be that far up if it is in here. Yeah, where's like the picture of all the content creators all together? Can someone post that in the Discord? Oh, nope, there it is. Like we have Vosh, we have the person who is possibly the single-handedly the biggest argument that the conservatives have for like the trans fetish thing with the breastfeeding. Yeah. Also, why bring out someone from the Majority Report when his biggest issue is his anti-Semitism? I don't know who that is. I know this is Alec Gunter, the guy that talks down to black people that don't agree with him and essentially called them Uncle Toms. Matt Bender, which one is that? Is that this one, or this one? You're saying the Majority Report guy. I don't watch the Majority Report. Which one is he? He's not in that photo. Oh, okay, cool. Also, is this gay fesh with hair? Because the only known photo I have of the... Oh, hold on. I think I missed a call. Surus? I've never heard of Surus. One second. Wait, who is the person on the far left? I don't know. Like, I don't know this person, her, him, or these two. I only know Bosch, Riverboat Jack. I don't even know this person's name. Okay. The one to the left of the milker is Progressive Brat. Oh no, I do know Progressive Brat. I messaged her, but then because I was trying to, be friendly and say like, listen, maybe this is just like a, you're not used to this space or the debate thing or anything like that. But then like I saw like 2 or 3 more clips from her, and I was like, okay, yeah, this person's fucking crazy. Far left is Stacy K. Never heard of her. Oh, Nominal Naomi. Yeah, this one. I think that's her name. Now, I don't know who this is. Y'all are saying this is Primus Suris. Don't know who that is. Yeah, and I don't know who these guys are, or this guy. Maybe I would know them if I heard their name, but who? He? Wait, who is the he? Did I misgender someone? Oh, okay. Yeah, you're being shitty again. Oh, who would have fucking thought? Why is this the crew that rocks up for the Democrats, but like Republicans get people who like put on, you know, nice button-up shirts? Disproportionately un-Jewish compared to other leftist thinker communities? I don't know anyone's ethnicity. Yeah, the Naomi girl needs to wear a fucking bra. She could look halfway normal if she washed her hair and put on a fucking bra. Almost no one looks normal in this photo. For some reason, like if the benchmark for like everyone in your picture looking normal is fucking Alec Gunter, you know you have a fucking problem, okay? How many breadtube Jews are there? I don't know. I don't look into people's... I don't bust out the fucking calipers every time I watch a video from someone, dude. All right. Anyways. Yeah, I think that... Also, wasn't this entire canvassing operation was for Jamal Bowman, right? Left-leaning activists need to care about their appearance just a little bit. Yes, axolotl. In BreadTube, I don't know. I don't know if ContraPoints or literally anyone now I don't want to like make suggestions and say like this person looks Jewy. Like like what am I supposed to say? Oh, you know what? That one guy, you know, he has curly hair and a big nose. Like what do you want? What the fuck do you want from me? I'm not going to sit here and like fucking do the fucking physiognomy check on every single fucking breadtuber to see if we think they're Jewish or not. I don't care if they're Jewish. It was for Bowman. Yeah, like I'm sorry, like with everything with the controversies around Jamal Bowman right now and his statements about Israel and Palestine, and then you're going to bring out a crew of leftists who are overwhelmingly, extremely anti-Israel, one of whom was banned from Twitch for like 4 years because he said that he wants to nuke Israel. This is just like a really bad... This is a bad crew to bring out for that purpose. And it's because, like, mind you this, they siloed themselves off from the rest of Progressive Victory because they didn't want to be associated with Destiny. Like, is the redhead Lumi Rue? I don't know. I don't know if I've ever seen what Lumi Rue looks like with hair. Well, I say with hair. Or they, whatever, had like super short or bald last time I saw them, so I don't know what they look like with hair. Progressive Brad has tweets celebrating October 7th. No vetting was done. Link me those. I'd love to see that. But like, you can't have these people as your representatives, dude. Do you believe it's a coincidence? I don't know. I don't think about people's race that much at all, actually. I don't think about people's religion. I don't think about people's race. I might have to completely, minimize Kick Chat if Panda's going to continue to be like that. Because I would like to just, like, do a segment. Without fucking weird-ass fucking genetic fucking, like, race realism questions in the chat. Okay. It's, you know what? Actually, I'm sorry. I don't actually want to do this, but this is for productivity's sake, okay? I'm sorry, Panda, but you got to go for like an hour. You'll stop? Literally one thing that triggers me, I'm not even going to say anything because I need to focus on like making content for other people. I need to focus on making content for other people, not just you. And your questions are like fucking weirdo questions about Ashkenazi Jews. And it's demoralizing. Okay. So basically, yeah, these are the representatives for Progressive Victory. These are the representatives for Progressive Victory. There are at least 5 people in this picture that have major issues with credibility, optics, and just like outright hateful fucking statements. We've got optics nightmare right here, Vosh. We've got Riverboat Jack, who has said some pretty fucking wacky things in the past. Progressive Brat, who has evidently put out tweets celebrating October 7th. We've got Nominal Naomi, who has like it's like someone built a straw man and then it came to life like Pinocchio of trans people. Naomi is the straw man of trans people. And of course you have the guy that hates black people right over here. Let's cut the bullshit. They're a bunch of fucking weirdos. I can smell the lack of deodorant through the screen. Yeah, I know. So, I think that Progressive Victory, I feel like if there ever was once a bone in my body that wished that I had that, you know, PV money coming into my bank account, like it's gone. Like if these were the people that I had to be like associated with, never say anything bad about, you know, keep friendly with, etc., with the things that they say, the things that they do, I would never take that hit to my credibility. And I'm fucking nobody. I am a nobody. And I wouldn't take that hit to my credibility. I don't know why Destiny is still associated with them. Unless he has a contract. Is that Vosh? Yes. Vosh, Riverboat Jack, a bunch of people I don't know right here. Progressive Brat, or whatever her name is, who celebrated October 7th. Nominal Naomi, who, like, I don't even know what I think about it. Like, if I were to, like, sit down and, like, really think about, like, whether it's morally right or morally wrong, like, I just care about the optics of the videoing her breastfeeding her kid. Is he still associated with them? Yeah, Destiny still works with Progressive Victory. You don't know those people? Wild? Well, tell me who they are, because nobody's told me who these people are. I don't think. Oh, y'all told me, but I don't know who, like, what they do. No one's explained to me who the fuck these 3 dudes are. And then we have the person that hates black people, unless they agree with them on everything. Yeah, there's like 1-2 people that look like they have washed hair. No, actually, this person looks like they washed their hair. Nobody else looks like they bathe. Like, it's just like a political VTuber. Oh no. What? Okay, I'm scared. Surus? Okay, is their VTuber like a little girl?
That's a me problem.
Do not look. Do not look in this motherfucker's tax folder. Do not look in this motherfucker's tax folder. If we learn anything from Vosh, do not look in this motherfucker's tax folder. Why is it a little girl, man? Why has everything gotta be fucking weird? Why can't anybody be fucking normal? Okay. Anyway, all this is to say that these are the people that were representing Progressive Victory at this event, and I guess Vosh and J-Reg talked, which I didn't know that J-Reg was associated with Political Victory.
Thank you for matching energy. Chad, this is huge. I was given a cappuccino. What do you have again?
I have black tea. Black tea. Like English breakfast. Starbucks.
No, I'm just trying to think. Is it black like the way tea would be?
Uh-oh, Vosh is drinking Starbucks on camera. That goes against the BDS movement.
Earl Grey? Is it like a type of tea, or is it a way you make the tea? What makes tea black? Does that mean like nothing in it, the way black coffee is?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Wait, what would you put into tea?
Cream. Sugar. Just the same thing as coffee, really.
I didn't know people did that.
Yeah, it's a lot like coffee, except less
Disgusting.
caffeine. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not trying to do the American chauvinism thing. I genuinely can't stand
It
tea.
really struck me how American you are when I met you. I was like, this is what Americans like.
You're wearing a baseball cap. I'm not. Baseball cap referencing an American political figure. As a matter of fact.
Come on.
That's true, but this is just me trying to blend in.
Gotcha. Yeah, I like being American one.
Interesting. How do you square?
From what I've seen, Surus is reasonable. I'm sorry. If you have a little girl VTuber avatar, you're not normal. You're not reasonable. You're not okay.
I don't know. Okay, this might be a chauvinist opinion of mine, because people always say, you know, oh, you should live here, whatever. The Netherlands, Spain. And I mean, I could, but I always feel like in those countries, you hear about the news locally, and American politics are world politics, you know?
Yeah.
When stuff happens here. It
That's
just feels
true.
nice to be at the, center a little bit.
As a Canadian, I didn't know.
Bro, the fucking mics, come on.
That Barack Obama guy was my guy or something.
Yeah, literally, it's like, the fucking American cultural hegemony hits everyone. Like, for China, it's a whole different world, I guess, because, like, China, India, like, huge countries like that, but just, like, paying attention to America.
It hits everyone all right. If we had to annex you or you annex us, which would you prefer?
I mean, honestly, getting annexed by Canada would probably be a much more, like, interesting timeline. Like,
yes.
Like, whatever had to have happened to have brought it to that point. I am very curious. Like, America has fallen and Canada, like Trudeau, 87 years old, I don't know, fucking mobilizes to reunite. Greater.
No, I don't know basically anything about Lumiru. Was that the person with the red hair? Or the red bangs? Right here? Is that Lumiru? I'm a little face blind, okay? If someone changes their hair, I don't recognize them anymore.
Quebec,
yeah,
I suppose. Quebec wants to extend its line of influence all the way from its province down.
Player Vimeo.
Particular area, guess what? There's like 4 other countries which want to destroy Israel.
Yeah, all very validly. Israel is a massive fucking economic and political threat to the countries in that area. You realize that all the nations in the Middle East have every reason to fucking hate Israel, right?
No, they don't, actually. They actually legitimately don't.
Like, you realize the Middle East would be calmer if they succeeded and obliterated Israel, if they nuked it and wiped it off the map. That would lead to a more peaceful Middle East than one that exists right now.
Jesus.
Down to Louisiana, the other continental French holdout, you know? So naturally the armies must march south.
I wonder, do you have a Quebec hot take? Do you care about that, or?
I hate the Quebecois.
Interesting.
I despise
that makes
them.
sense. That makes
Every
sense.
one of them I've met has been an arrogant piece of shit. Every single one of them. Again, it's not an essentialist thing. I know the French blood
We already
carries
talked about
the
Riverboat
arrogance
Jack.
with it, and,
Right.
but a lot of it I think is just like anytime you give a privileged, like regional, ethnic minority majority the feeling that they're different from the greater group that they're in, you get this bullshit. In fairness, I feel kind of the same way about Catalonians in Barcelona, in Spain, because they're also like this, well, we were actually the original inheritors of this area, blah, blah. And it's like, fuck you. You're the same. Spain has been Spain for a while. Come on.
Basque Country's fine, though, right?
Sure.
Okay, good. And I'm Basque.
All right.
Okay, so you said the center doesn't exist anymore, right? Because you get pulled.
Your whole channel was about how the center doesn't exist anymore. Still is, right?
I don't know. I just do whatever I want. But
there's the message there, right? Like
the center is just a fake, like an optical illusion, because you can't triangulate a point between two sides.
Yeah, and it doesn't exist in the current environment anymore.
No, just to stay in the same spot, you have to sprint. Yeah, I believe that. But I also need to make up a little story for myself to justify why I'm here. And that story is Jamal Bowman is a cool leftist, and his opponent is a cringe, honky neolib centrist. Yeah, and that works for me.
Nailed it. Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I don't know what a centrist means to like the average person in today, because the
a centrist means. Here's the problem. Vosh doesn't recognize the center because he's so far left. He thinks that anyone like any further right than him is probably a fascist. That's the real meme here. Like, Vosh doesn't recognize the center. He can't identify the center because he doesn't have any real frame of reference, I guess, you know? Like, he has the people in his channel that all agree with everything that he says. He doesn't engage with anybody that pushes back. He has no frame of reference for what it could possibly mean to be a centrist. And that's his own fucking fault for doing that to himself. Yeah, we'll do it like that.
The idea of centrism has only ever existed for politicians. In real life, ordinary people are lunatics.
Right.
Like, ordinary people will have wildly contrasting and mutually exclusive views on issues that you didn't even know people could have hot
That's
takes
true.
about, you know?
Yeah.
You'll have guys who are like progressive on labor, but then also think that like the police should arrest all illegal immigrants, but they're anti-racist and like march with BLM. You have people like, and they're all over the place. You've got people who deny the moon landing, but they think that what we're doing over at CERN is great. People are crazy.
People who believe in UFOs.
Yeah, people who, I mean, it's a lot of them, or ghosts. Yeah. It's like 50% of the country believes in ghosts. And like, centrism is like the big tent position you carve out as a politician to try to capture as many crazes as possible. I don't know if you can be a centrist as a regular guy. I think you can just be uninvolved. I think that's the closest you can get.
You can be like apolitical?
Yeah, you can try to be, right? And that's the dream right there, being the griller. But if you're involved, it's over for you. You're going to immediately develop like a hot take in a position, and somebody's going to be like, well, I don't think that's right. And then you're going to defend it. And 3 days later, you're going to be like, I don't know, a revanchist or some kind of lunatic, like single issue voter.
Right. Okay. So you don't think people can like look at the landscape and keep triangulating and like inch left, inch right, inch left, inch right?
I don't know why you'd want to.
Yeah. I mean, me neither, but.
That sounds awful.
I feel like I know people who do that. But I don't know how relevant they are. You got interviewed at PF Ewing, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, but like identifies as radical centrist, but that's not a real thing.
I doubt that personally. But I understand. I think that like people think it's smart, like it makes them smart.
Yeah.
Like, find the balancing. I don't know. It's you have to accept like to a point, right? That all political engagement is kind of fucking cuckoo, and everyone's a crank to some extent, and everyone's trying their best. Well, not everyone's trying their best, but like everyone is fronting that to varying extents, and some people are trying their best, and you have to thread the needle and do the best you can in that environment. I think some people try to make it out like it's a chessboard, and I don't know. It's just like West Wing shit to me, like cringe liberal. With the right heart and the right mind, you can like unite everyone under a cause. No, you can't. No one ever has. When does that ever happen?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Not to be negative. I mean,
you don't have to like you do pick the most popular positions, and then you like that align with your values. You get the closest that you can to the values that you want to uphold, and then you. How do you not understand this? Like it's like intellectual posturing about shit that you're like pretending to know a lot about, but you honestly have no fucking clue what you're talking about. So I don't. Oh Jesus, I'm losing like my entire fucking population because everybody's starving because there's no food. Cool.
I kind of like the chaos of it a little bit. I think people are interesting. I just think that reductive assessments, lead people to like what you said, moving to stay in the center. What would a centrist have said about Israel and Palestine 1 year ago versus today? Because they would have had to have two very different positions to keep up with.
Yeah, I think that is how it goes. You keep just updating every 5 seconds. And it's like it's not a real political position, because if you're in a room with three people and one person says one thing, another person says another thing, you feel the need to like just position yourself between them, so you don't actually stand on anything solidly.
Can I ask you? Okay, I want to ask you this, like just like in a raw sense, like not ideologically but personally. Do you ever feel yourself doing that, where you hear somebody with a take and you don't know if it's right or wrong? It sounds out there, but you don't know. So you think, okay, maybe like that, but a lesser version.
Yeah.
And then you see the other, and you think, okay, so somewhere in the middle, and then you end up like defending a take you don't actually know the merits of because it's in the center of two others.
Yeah, I do that all the time. It's fun.
It's easy.
It's fun.
It's easier than.
It gives you clout, and it makes friends. And I'm high agreeable. You're disagreeable. That's where we differ.
Yeah, that's why I get in trouble so often.
Yeah.
No, I completely agree though.
Yeah.
With regards to, I guess like friend making. I mean, that's the point with politicians, right?
Well, this game is completely ruined, and that video was just like the least interesting. Did they think that they had something there? That was a massive waste of time. I thought that it might be funny at least, but that wasn't even fucking funny. It was just there, I'm sorry, like is like the true perfect enlightened centrist like a meme? Yeah, it is a little bit of a meme. It's not actually like the way that you think it's going to be, right? Like when people talk about one second, let me get a good map here. I'm sorry. That was not what I thought it was going to be. I thought that maybe like they might have something to say about anything. But they didn't. They didn't have anything to say about anything. They just intellectually bloviated about things that weren't true. There is no such thing as the center. Yes, of course there's such thing as the fucking center. You're just not on it. You're not in the center. But just because you're not in the center doesn't mean that the center doesn't exist. If you can't think of a possible like center point to where you're at and where like most other people are at, you're lost. You're lost. And you'll never, ever, ever be found. Lefties are the new centrists where they're both sides of the same memes? No. I'm closer to being a centrist than like I want to say like most other people. I'm probably closer to being a centrist. But the problem is, like in the United States, the actual center point is being obfuscated in some ways. Is being obfuscated in some ways because the right has gone extremely right, and then online you see a lot of fucking lefties saying a bunch of crazy shit. So it seems like there is no center anymore. There is a center. It's just like where most people are, and they're not. And most people aren't the loudest, you know, craziest people in the world. So you're not going to get the crazy, you know, centrist takes. The centrist takes aren't as exciting. Joe Biden is closer to being a centrist than probably than I am, but he has to be. I think that part of the reason why the whole conversation about centrism is so like fucking poison is because the people that call themselves centrists are like just conservatives right now. Because they don't want to be associated, like they're like the people that don't want to be associated with Donald Trump, but they also fucking hate everything to do with leftists. But they also will like sit there and kind of defend a lot of the things Donald Trump says anyways. Like it's this horrible, horrible mixture of all of these things where like you're just anti-establishment. And that's usually what it means when people say that they're a centrist. They are a anti-establishment type person. And that's basically it. The center of the current Overton window. I don't know where the center of the current Overton window is because I don't know if I have a good enough grasp on what the Overton window is right now. Not gonna lie. I think that I might be out of touch, you know? Watch Andrew? What do you mean watch Andrew?
It's interesting time.
Okay, I'm opening up the Fat Doctor meme and then I will look at our content suggestions and see what we got going on over here. If the content suggestions decide to load.
You said Joe Biden.
Joe Biden is actually a conservative. He's conserving the status quo. Okay. Interesting. Saying this while having a swastika in the bottom of your screen is... Wait, what are you talking about? Wait, chill out. What are you talking about? Oh, the previous map? Oh, I didn't even notice it.
Biden may be a conservative, or you said he is a conservative?
He's a conservative. There's no question. So
I love it.
All right. Well, look, what is a conservative? A conservative conserves. That's in the very name. He maintains a status quo.
Wait. So then what is a progressive?
I think liberal is actually the better word.
Yeah, but what's a progressive?
Well, I don't know. Hillary Clinton, someone who
yeah, but what do progressives do?
They are moving in some new type of direction that a conservative is fighting against.
Yeah, right. Okay, got it. So how is Biden not? If you just say that conservative describes everybody who's conserving any kind of.
Biden has always been a conservative Democrat, but is solidly center-left and very pro-worker. But his administration is solidly center-left. I mean, I feel like Biden is just a center of the road guy. I think that like whatever time period he's going to be in the center. He's going to be on the center left, but he's going to be on the center. And I don't know exactly if that's like necessarily like a good thing or a bad thing or whatever thing. Oh my God, please stop. I just want to see the, okay, those aren't good. Why is Tim inviting Richard fucking Spencer? I don't know.
Status quo, even if it's a progressive status quo, that's bizarre.
I'm conserving lasagna from last night.
That's right.
I'll go on this.
All right.
I don't know if you've heard this or not, but Joe Biden is a very old man, and he worked with segregationists back in the day. He still talks about it. He took Republican stances on things all throughout his career. He is a sort of right-wing, pro-credit card company, pro-finance, pro-neocon or neocon ally person. That's who he is. He's not this left-wing maniac attempting to bring communism to the world. It's very hard to.
The guy has open border policies, man. Like what?
He doesn't have an open border policy. He's actually put forward a immigration policy.
I can't tell. What is this nightmare blood rotation true? So Richard Spencer has taken this like weird shift to defending Biden all the time. And I don't know if this is like a psychosis of his or if it actually does fit inside of his worldview or if it is like, I genuinely, not going to lie, I have no fucking clue. I don't know because I don't care enough about Richard Spencer on average to like actually look into what he actually believes and shit. But yeah, I feel like Richard Spencer, he's either trying to like do a successful psyop and get people to hate Joe Biden because Richard Spencer likes him, or I don't even fucking know.
Policy that was pretty draconian. Now,
like amnesty?
Hold on.
Pretty draconian, that amnesty.
Trump is also putting forward a sort of amnesty, but
no, he's not putting forward amnesty.
Let's get the conservative argument succinctly so that we can then
you can react to it without
right.
taking me off the. You're knocking me around. Get balance.
Good for you.
Yeah. So he is a old man who is promising a sort of return to normalcy. That was his promise in 2020. That is why he won, in fact, because Trump, it's his fault in some ways. It's not his fault in others. He is associated with chaos, with insanity. He's associated with conspiracy theories, with QAnon, with J6, et cetera, et cetera. And he promised normalcy. Now, I think normalcy is impossible in our current nation. I don't think he's going to bring us all together and we're going to all just resolve our differences and find that we all agree. But in order to step towards that, he is someone who is going to discipline his base. He disciplines his base in ways that I don't agree with, in fact. I am highly critical of the bombardment and the death and destruction in Gaza right now. So is his base. I agree with Antifa on this one, as crazy as that might sound. He is going to discipline them, and he is going to maintain a kind of more reasonable, a little bit critical here, we might withhold weapons here, policy on Israel and Gaza. He's going to discipline his base. In terms of wokeness and all that kind of stuff, I know it's been very profitable for people to talk about wokeness all the time, but my sense is...
Uh-oh, Tom, are you taking that stance? Is that something that you're actually doing? Going for the full-on clickbait? I think that he was fine. Because that'll be a fun Fallout to watch. Fuck, there was something I was going to DM you the other day, but I completely fucking forgot. Because I've been streaming for a couple of hours. How funny would it be if Richard Spencer gets sucker punched again for being a Biden bro this time? That would be funny as fuck. Yeah, the good doctor did have patient confidentiality. That is true. And we should give him the benefit of the doubt. I just want to know how old the girl was. All right, that's what I want to know. I want to know how deep this rabbit hole goes.
Is that it peaked and is on the decline. If we define wokeness as like all kids should be trans and like, you know, replace the 4th of July with Vladimir Lenin Day, or what just kind of silliness, novelty in terms of sexual manifestations and all that kind of stuff. I actually think that is on the decline. I think Hollywood is going to shock a lot of conservatives when they start going conservative with, you know, white Little Mermaids this time and traditional storytelling for the simple reason that they want to make money.
This is
hold on. Wokeness is declining. He is maintaining the system. In terms of Make America Great Again, all of that garbled talking points that Trump put forward, Biden has attempted to enact in a imperfect way. The CHIP Act, that was something that Trump actually talked about. That's something that Biden went through with. But let's infrastructure. Well, I'll finish up really quick. Infrastructure. He is again attempted to build back infrastructure. I could go on. Draconian immigration policy. He at least puts forward his part. He was in support of a draconian immigration.
See, the 15, 16 thing, I've only heard 17, and I've not seen anywhere where anyone who is like directly involved with the situation, like say an age. I haven't seen that at all. So like that's where I'm getting so confused about why everyone's talking about the age when it doesn't seem like anyone knows goddamn anything about the age. Damn, I'm getting all of one but none of the others. Well, you know what? I can live with Syphilion or whatever the fuck it is. And because it doesn't look like we have any more gems anywhere. I'll live with that. You know what? I'll live with this. I think this is good. I think this is fine. Richard Spencer will vote for Biden 1488 times. Jesus.
Immigration initiative. He is a conservative in the sense that he looks back to the 60s, the 80s, whatever, as some kind of good time. Let's go back to it. Let's maintain it. Let's discipline the far left and move forward. Is he going to win with that? Is that possible? Those are interesting questions.
Yeah, so no, those aren't that interesting, those questions. Let's start with all of the
okay. Well, all right.
Let's start with all of these kind of insane ideas. Start with insane idea number 1. Wokeness is dead. No, it's not dead.
Well, he did say declining.
Yeah. I don't even think it's declining.
I'm more inclined to believe that it's actually seeing some pushback, but there's
pushback, sure, but no, I'm sorry.
Wokeness.
Sorry to be the hang on, Richard, hang on.
There's pushback from the
I'm
New York
sorry
Times.
to be the bearer of bad news.
I want to give,
but Disney's not going to stop the wokeness, and Hollywood's not going to start making conservative movies. That's an insane take. I don't know where you came up with that. It's madness. Moving over to the Trump-Biden administration itself, Biden's in no way a conservative. I don't know where you got that idea. He's conserving the status quo. That's meaningless. That's not what conservatism is. Conservatism is the conservation of Christian ethics and Christian values in the United States. That's conservatism. Okay.
Why specifically
Biden's not
Christian?
doing that. There's no how, no way. He's not.
Who has ever defined fucking conservatism in that way? Literally ever. Like, I don't agree with Richard Spencer, obviously, on the idea that Joe Biden is a conservative. Like, that's pretty fucking stupid, in my humble opinion. But like, literally nobody has ever said this. Ever. Literally ever. This is what it means to be a conservative. It means that you're conserving what it means to be a Christian in the United States. Since fucking when did that definition drop? Because I wasn't around for that dictionary drop. Literally nobody. Literally nobody ever. Can't put it there? No. Cool.
Not doing it. When you look at the southern border, yes, it's wide open. He's putting these immigrants up in hotel rooms. He wants amnesty. He's pushing all of that forward. In almost every way that I can conceivably think, this guy's moving a progressive policy, not a conservative policy. There's no conservation at all.
I actually think I agree with Richard that wokeness is declining. I think we are winning this. If you look at Target, there was a really funny meme in the Vosh, and I know you love the guy, subreddit, where
leave Ian alone.
They were his fans are actually scared because a lot of big corporations have pulled back the Pride merchandise in June. The Bud Light backlash has mattered. I just to make that point.
Yeah, but
I think that what mattered. Now, I've only like heard about this in the last couple of days, or like I guess realized it. But yeah, they really have kind of walked back a ton on how much they're throwing into the like pride displays at Target and all these different companies with different logos and stuff. I didn't really notice it before until people pointed it out to me. So that's something, I guess. But like also the idea that there's anything, because I don't think that it was because of I don't think that the lack of pride displays is because of, oh, we hate gays now or whatever the fuck, we're becoming more conservative. I think it's because of all the threats of violence against their workers and against their stores. There were like dozens of like legitimate threats against the poor fucking workers there at Target, at least.
But here's the thing. The empire will strike back.
Yeah.
And this kind of absurd idea that, oh, well, Christian conservatives remembered that we could boycott, that we had the most powerful institution on planet Earth, the church. That's the one powerful institution that conservatives have always had, and we barely ever use it. Once, we were like, well, no, on the Dylan Mulvaney thing, and it kind of caught a little bit of steam. But no, there's going to be massive backlash. No, the trans agenda is not going away. The thing that comes after it, that's even worse than that, I don't know what that's going to be, but it's going to be worse, and it's coming.
Transhumanism.
Worse than that. I mean, transgenderism is kind of transhumanism.
It is, yes.
Let me put it this way. Okay, so I guess we might have a definitional issue. I would define a conservative as conserving the status quo, whether that's a party or a class or a way of life. Now, it might very well be conserving in some instances Christian values of the church or someone.
Yeah, it has to conserve foundational ethics.
Okay, but I'm using that word objectively. I think Brezhnev, a leader of the Soviet Union, was a conservative. He maintained the Soviet Union, and he actually reduced some of the insanity of it. So that's my definition. So we shouldn't get caught up on those. But
hang on. No, we need to get caught up a little bit on the definition. So
go ahead.
God, the way Andrew debates is so fucking autistic, dude. Jesus Christ. Like, on one level, he's right. Like, the entire conversation is a conversation about the definition. So you have to talk about the definition. And Richard Spencer doesn't want to get caught up in that, which is a little dumb. But also, holy shit, it's a little fucking autistic. I don't know. They stopped probably because of this. Why Republican lawmakers are going after Target. Let's just listen to this real quick. If it loads.
The war most resonating with Americans, it's got nothing to do with Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Instead, it's the domestic war on pride. This year, Pride Month, a commemoration of the 1969 Stonewall Uprising, is taking place during strong pushback against the LGBTQ+ community. And the conflict has been costing some of America's biggest corporations dearly. Companies that created pride-friendly campaigns, including Disney, Bud Light, Target, Kohl's North Face, and others, they've been suffering the punishing consequences of boycotts, often from both sides. Things are now so complex and contentious that even Chick-fil-A, a company with Christian roots, is finding itself accused of being woke. It's proving to be a no-win situation. Their attempts to respond to the crisis haven't pleased either side or investors. Target stock went on its longest losing streak in 23 years. The company's value has taken an estimated hit of $13.8 billion. Anheuser-Busch estimated to have lost $27 billion in value. So what's driving the battle? Well, it depends on who you ask. This week, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis described his fight against Disney and others as being against the sexualization of children.
I'm standing for parents, I'm standing for children, and I think a multi-billion-dollar company that sexualizes children is not consistent with the values of Florida or the values of a place like Iowa.
Certain right-wing customers for selling a Pride Month collection that included a transgender-friendly swimsuit. It was misrepresented on social media as being aimed at children when, in fact, it was for adults. After there were some rough altercations in some stores around the displays, the company pulled.
But what legal action can you take against a company that's just like doing something that they personally want to do? How can you police that? Can you police someone from being able to sell fuck off. From being able to sell like clothing items?
Some of the items, citing the need to keep its workers safe, which then, of course, angered some of the LGBTQ plus community. In a statement, Target CEO Brian Cornell said, quote, "It's been gut-wrenching to see what you've confronted in our aisles." And then reaffirmed to the LGBTQ plus community, "We stand with you now and will continue." And according to the Human Rights Campaign, more than 520 anti-LGBTQ bills are in play in state legislatures, including ones restricting access to gender-affirming care for trans youth. So what's a company to do? On a recent earnings call, the Anheuser-Busch InBev CEO was asked about the Bud Light boycott over its campaign using trans influencer Dylan Mulvaney. He said this: "While beer will always be at the table when important topics are debated, the beer itself should not be the focus of the debate." Well, I want to know what you think. Please visit my website. It's mercadish.com. Answer this week's poll question: is it in the best business interest of companies to embrace Pride Month? Joining me now to discuss is Daniel Diermeyer, Chancellor of Vanderbilt University and a management scholar there. He's also the author of several books on corporate reputation, most recently, Reputation Analytics, Public Opinion for Companies. Mr. Chancellor, thank you for being here. Yes, reputation for business, that's your bailiwick. I notice that a lot of times the conflict here is between the employees of the business and a large swath of the public. So how do you deal between those competing thoughts?
Well, good morning, Michael. Glad to be on the program. This is really a new environment for companies. It's different even compared to a year ago. Companies were still kind of very much thinking about how to embrace very different stakeholder groups and constituencies, but they're now living in a hyper-polarized environment. And that polarization is among their customers often, but it can also be between employees or between different employee groups or between employees and customers. And the first thing that companies have to understand is how does this affect their business? There's no general answer here. What is good for Patagonia may not be good for Budweiser. And then the second question is to really think carefully about how do you want to communicate your stance, your positioning in a way that is least likely to inflame these kind of culture wars.
Do you think that increasingly businesses will just decide to stay out of everything?
I think the period when businesses were willing to take a stance on almost anything, that is coming to an end. I think the business will be much more reluctant to get involved in areas that are beyond their business, general policy questions, for example. But very often it affects their operations, what products they sell, how do they sell it, what their marketing campaigns are. My sense is that they have to take this more seriously. Companies take a lot of time to get their logo environment with much less care and with much less, intentionality. So I think we're going to, they're a little bit behind the times. They'll look at these lessons and then they'll be more thoughtful and more intentional about how to do this the next time.
Does it matter whether the issue in play directly pertains to the business that you are?
I'm not really that upset about like companies no longer taking a stand. I think that one of the biggest cancers that came out of the 2016 election cycle was literally everything became political. Now some people will argue, well, everything like by definition is political because blah, 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 blah. They'll say stuff about like, what do you call it? Social critique or something like that. But if you inundate people with these issues all the fucking time, they're going to be really pissed eventually, you know? They're not going to want to do it anymore. They're not going to want to listen to the same fucking thing, the same fight over and over and over and over. Sometimes people just want to buy clothes. Sometimes people just want to fucking play a video game, you know? That was the case after Gamergate, not 2016. I wasn't around enough on Gamergate to know, if I'm completely honest. Bro, are you fucking kidding me? Hold on. We're buying food. Okay, let's keep on listening to the Timcast episode.
When you're talking politically about what we're considering a conservative politically,
Yeah.
we're thinking about a throwback ideology. We're not thinking about anything which is a progress ideology in any way. So we want stronger borders. We want to go back to what stronger borders look like. We want to go back to when we had good, tough institutional power. We want to go back to this type of thing. But the underpinnings is always the Christian ethic. So the big fight inside of the right wing is Christian ethics versus everything else. That's why you have Christian populism, Christian nationalism. That's what it is. That's what conservatism is. That's what's going to stay.
So this is an interesting point. Richard, your definition of conservatism is typically the liberal definition of conservatism. I'm not saying only liberals, but this is why the media, the corporate press, the liberal outlets say Tim Pool is a conservative, despite the fact that I'm not a Christian and I hold many liberal views. And then you have the more right view of conservatism, which is Christian values, which is why conservatives or people who are Christian will say Tim Pool is definitely not a conservative, and the left will say Tim Pool is definitely
right. I have a sort of relative.
Tim Pool is definitely not a conservative.
I have a sort of, and I'm not a conservative either, I guess. Yeah, I mean, but I have a relative.
Richard Spencer is definitely not a conservative.
Thank you for saying that. All right, I have a relativistic, objective notion of a conservative. If you are maintaining something that is going in some sort of direction, you are conservative. Now, let me get at liberalism a little bit, and I'll bring in the trans issue and so on, because I think we need a narrative to fully understand this. So progress towards what, right? That's the issue. I'm a progressive. Well, what does that mean exactly? I think it does mean something. I think liberalism is, if you go back to the word itself, it is liber. Liberalism is a notion of Dionysian release and expression. Liberalism is very well codified in Euripides the Bacchae, in which he describes a situation in which Dionysus comes into town, into Thebes, demands to be recognized as the son of God, which has some interesting resonances for you, I would imagine. And
what is this sophistry gibberish? What's the point? What's the point?
I'll get to the point.
All right.
Just let me. Okay.
I don't want to hear about Dionysus.
Dionysus comes into town and he brings about a massive orgy that will ultimately lead to the beheading.
Yeah, Antinocactus, he is, because they want to live in the ambiguity. They don't, or like maybe they don't even see themselves as conservative, which is fucking buck wild to me, because I feel like they would want to brag about being conservatives, but I guess that's just like, I don't know. I don't know why they continue to like hold on to the I'm a centrist thing when they're very, very, very unbelievably, noticeably not centrists whatsoever. You know, like I don't get that.
Death of the Pentheus who's actually leading Thebes. So liberalism, you might agree with me here. Liberalism, it isn't like rational or about policy. It's fundamentally about release. Even democracy itself is a kind of orgy, you could say, in the sense that it is about all people participating, taking part, the majority winning. That's what liberalism is.
When we're talking about these words, though, you and I can agree that when you're discussing a word, how it's used in the commons versus what its kind of academic or underpinning meanings aren't really that relevant. So
like
we're talking about
I reframe things and create a new word.
So when we're talking about this in the commons, nobody's talking about Dionysus and orgies.
Well, I thought only the leftists thought about meanings all day long and never talked about anything with substance. I mean, are we leftists here? I mean,
well, I'm going to jump right in the middle and say, when you're going into Dionysus and stuff, I'm like, come on, what's the point? But it actually is very interesting that liber in ancient Rome, it is the root word of where liberal and these words come from.
Exactly.
That is interesting.
Drunkenness, freedom, liberation. So this is the thing. So that's what liberalism is always about. It's always about releasing
It's
the
about
individual
degeneracy.
to take part.
Yeah,
in
it's about
collective orgy.
degeneracy.
You could say that,
Yeah.
yes, and I agree, and it is coming from the wine god as well. But this is the thing: liberalism had a narrative, a meta narrative, for much of the 20th century. While I was flying down here, I actually watched. I don't even know why, but I watched 42. Which is a movie about Jackie Robinson, right? And it was unbelievable.
I don't want to hear his take on that. Jesus Christ. I don't want to watch your video. What is the video?
The post-war period.
I don't want to watch more like fucking brain dead crazy fucking shit, dude. I'm not gonna lie. When there's like a slow news day, I fucking hate streaming. I like to stream because I get to like chill and hang with you guys. I get to play a game, whatever the fuck. Fuck off. Go away. And that's why I go live on like days that are slow news days. But holy shit, I just can't bring myself to care about some of the things that the other like streamers or content creators are talking about, dude. You know? I don't understand why politics is complicated shit. It is. But it's not politics is complicated, but it's really not complicated at all. It's actually like kind of fucking simple. You want to appeal to the broadest coalition of people that you can while still maintaining your values, kind of thing, right? That's pretty simple, pretty easy to understand. It's not gonna like kill you to try and understand these like deep dark concepts. Like it just won't. Super simple shit. But it feels like everybody wants to make it so much like the deeper you go into politics, the more complicated it will get, right? But at a baseline, that's basically in like a liberal democracy, that's what you're trying to do. You have some baseline values, right? You want to build up a coalition of people that agree with you, and you don't want to sell out on too many of those values. So for instance, like the Democratic Party, they could appeal to a broader base of people by, you know, being tougher on, I don't know, tougher on the border, or tougher on, or like more austerity measures or something like that. Like that, they could probably pull more people in like that. But the problem is that they don't want to like sell out a huge part of their base that does not want that. What the fuck is this? How long has this been up there? Remind me later. Fuck off. Austerity is bad? Yeah, like I agree. What is your advice to me on how I should deal with the online politics world in a more healthy lens? Honestly, my advice to you would be to like disengage. And that's not just because of who you are. That's because like the online political world is not a healthy place. The online world is not a healthy place. And when you add political stuff in there, it's even worse. I'm on course to be a philosophy bro, but you don't like that as much. Well, I mean, like, if you want to be a philosophy bro, that's fine. I don't care if you're a philosophy bro. I think it's, like, fine that you're interested in those things. I just don't want to, like, derail my entire stream for it, you know? But, yeah, like, when there's a slow news day, and I'm like, well, I wonder what these guys are talking about, right? And then I hear shit like that. like the Dionysus shit. It's like almost blackpilling. That's the conversation that they're choosing to have. Like it is so unbelievable. Why did I just do that? Fuck. Do you want me to avoid talking about my religious beliefs and experience completely going forwards? No, that's not the thing. The thing is, and it's the same thing with the video that we just reacted to. There are interesting conversations to have in politics. There are very interesting conversations like Israel-Palestine. There's a lot of interesting conversations that I listen to as a result of that, right? Policy, history, the philosophy behind it, the factual statements behind it. There's a whole bunch of stuff around Israel and Palestine that was really interesting to listen to argue about, to learn about, et cetera, et cetera. But then you get these fucking lunatics that come in and they're like, well, obviously we have to glass Israel because this place is just like, it's just not a place. It's just like an ethno state. Like they don't have like a really like decent position on basically anything. Right? That's not an answer. Well, I'm getting there. So do I want you to completely stop talking about it? No. But like you have the least healthy way of talking about literally anything ever. I don't think I've ever actually, no, there's been like one or two like little glimpses into you asking an interesting question or saying something that I disagree with, but I'm like, you know what? I'm not that upset about this. Like all things considered, I think that that's like a acceptable, you know, like we disagree, but like it's an acceptable take. I don't want people to all agree with me. I don't want that because if everybody agrees with me, then there's no way for us to try out new ideas, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But like, let me go back to that video.
The post-war period is an illusion.
Like, let's take this conversation, for example. Right? Let's go to here and let's listen for their conversation about centrists.
It's not an essentialist thing. I know the French blood carries the arrogance with it, and,
right.
but a lot of it, I think, is just like anytime you give a privileged, like regional, ethnic minority majority, the feel kind of
right.
Spain has been
Basque.
All right.
Okay, so you said the center doesn't exist anymore, right? Because you get pulled.
Your whole channel was about how the center doesn't exist anymore. Still is, right?
I don't know. I just do whatever I want. But
there's the message there, right? Like
the center is just a fake, like an optical illusion because you can't triangulate a point between two sides.
Yeah, and it doesn't exist in the current environment anymore.
No, it's just to stay in the same spot, you have to sprint. Yeah, I believe that. But I also need to make up a little story for myself to justify why I'm here.
But they don't. You have to sprint to stay in the middle. And I don't actually want to hear why he's there, but maybe I'll skip past that until they start talking about the center again. But like, that's not true. That's not true unless you're only online. The more real people I talk to, the more like shit I get banned off of or get locked out of because I can't remember passwords, the more I realize like, man, people in real life like just don't care about this stuff, or they have like a generalized feeling based off of things that they heard people on the internet say. But like, so like you'll get like, that's why there's so much like anti-institutionalism right now, right? What does this have to do with whether I can bring up Orthodox Judaism? Sit and listen. What, I don't even remember what part was I at. Oh, people will hear, like, you'll get a bunch of anti-institutionalists, right? But like, we're skipping so many interesting conversations about how we can like fix something because we're so dialed into like, why is this? How can I get like an extra big dunk on this person? Or what is like the most extreme take that I can have while not being like banned off of a platform?
That's what the takes are right now, and that filters down for sure. So, like, in some ways, online politics is real life politics, but also it's super not, because people don't care about that. People, like, if the online shit wasn't going on, nobody would give a fuck about what was going on in Israel. If there wasn't the propaganda shit going on from both sides, nobody would give a shit about Israel. They would be talking about shit that's going on here. They would be talking about the economy here, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the conversations that would come out of that are like, what do you think that we should do for this? What do you think that we should do for this? I haven't heard a single fucking policy proposal from a conservative in like 4 years, like an actual like proposal of policy. I just haven't done it. I haven't heard it. I also haven't heard it from any lefty. They don't care about like how to fix a problem. They just have grievances with what's going on. But they don't have any solutions. They don't have any interest in solutions. Trump has been proposing policy. I have not heard a single fucking peep of policy from Trump's lips. The only policies that I've heard are how he's going to declassify all the JFK stuff and stuff like that so they can get the fucking schizos to be on his side. There's Project 2025. I've heard about Project 2025. That's like a collection of like tactical moves that they want to do to like completely take the government. And I'm not even sure if that's real. Like, it's a real proposal, but I'm not sure if it's something that could happen. He won't declassify Epstein, though? True. Abolish the income and corporate taxes. Abolish the Federal Reserve and privatize currency creation. Federally ban abortion in all cases except for the life of the mother. Shut down the border to asylum fraudsters. So let's start with the last one. Shut down the border to asylum fraudsters. So should we shut down the border to legitimate asylum seekers? People seeking legitimate political asylum in the United States? Just a yes or no. No. Okay, so that's not a policy proposal. You just don't like people scamming the asylum system. That is a statement of grievance. Federally ban abortion in all cases except for the life of the mother. But the definition of legitimate asylum? Okay, well then amend your statement to not be just like grievance fucking politics, right? The definition of legitimate asylum. Okay, so what you're actually proposing is we should go back to the 1967, whatever the fuck, whatever year that actually happened. I think it was like 1964, somewhere between 1964 and 67, right? I'll get to those. I said we'll start with the last one. You're actually talking about redefining asylum seeker, or maybe not redefining asylum seeking, changing the asylum seeking process. Okay, cool. That is at least the beginning of a conversation. That's at least like the beginning of a conversation about policy, right? No, this is a long-winded way of getting there. If you want an answer, probably just don't bring up the religious stuff unless it's like extremely fucking pertinent and it's like an answer to something instead of a question about Orthodox Judaism, because I don't care about Orthodox Judaism. I don't care about Judaism. I don't care about Christianity. I don't care about Islam. I don't care about any of the theology behind any of those things. At least not right now. It's just not interesting to me. There could be a situation that would make those topics interesting to me, but right now they're not interesting to me. That you were agnostic? What part of what I said doesn't fit with agnosticism? I don't care about the theology behind all of those things because I don't think that there's a way for us to know if there is a God or what God that is. That fits perfectly with agnosticism. Why are we entertaining? Well, this is just like, this is more of a ramble off of the Andrew and Richard Spencer, and then this conversation. Like, if there's not a direct thing to attack on when it comes to politics, nobody has anything interesting to say whatsoever. They either find a lot of words to say nothing, like they do here. Does the center not exist anymore? Oh, well, you know, like with the way that things are, like if you want to be in the center, you have to stay at a sprint constantly and change your, like, no, you don't. I'm a fucking like center left liberal Democrat. And there are some things that I think that the Democrats are correct on, or I believe that they're correct on more things than they're not. But I have problems with the liberals in America. I don't like the way that we don't fucking just like annihilate the progressives at this point. I don't know why we don't just like annihilate them. Or adopt the good parts into our like coalition and then annihilate the bad parts. Sorry, I'm responding to you and the other guy, okay? I don't agree with federally banning abortion in all cases except for the life of the mother. We could talk about that. I don't like that policy. Abolish the Federal Reserve and privatize currency creation. You didn't have a good answer for me on, like, also these aren't even policy, like, fucking live in the world of fucking reality for like once in your fucking short, tiny, infinitesimal life. In the grand scheme of things, you have been alive for a picosecond, and you're thinking that we're going to abolish like everything that has worked up to this point. Like, you're talking about like your policy proposals are more likely or are less likely to happen than a fucking communist revolution. Still a policy from a conservative? No. You're not hearing the fucking words that I'm saying. You should be gutted like a fish for the amount of fucking brain damage that you have put onto other people in your existence. What does that mean? Uncle Sam's penny pinching Wall Street monopolistic cronyism needs to be smashed down like a piñata. You've said nothing. For all of your intellectual fucking, like, I am so smart because I'm 16 and I like to watch politics and I like to watch philosophy, you just put it into a sentence, literally fucking nothing. That is a perfect encapsulation of what I'm fucking talking about. No, it's not a policy because it's not going to happen. It's the same as like, we're going to create communes where everybody shares clothes and in unisex fucking tracksuits. It is on that level. You think it's not, but it is. Privatized currency creation is not something that's going to happen. Go fucking pretend to be a girl or something. Go watch the sissy porn that you say makes you feel comfortable. Go do something else with your fucking life. Yeah. Anyways, it's time for me to cook dinner. I'm just like depressed. This is like actually utterly fucking blackpilling. This is just pitiful. It is fucking pitiful. It's pitiful from him. He is intelligent enough to not be that fucking stupid. He's falling into the trap that every single fucking person online falls into especially at young ages, which is, I have found my political camp. I'm going to find the most extreme version of that because I don't like what the current guys are doing because they're not changing things fast enough. And they're not like, like bending to my every women demand as a fucking 16-year-old who has never lived a day in the real fucking world. All right. Like, that's so many fucking people. There's so many fucking people. It's not just him. He's just the one that's in this chat. He is the same as fucking Vosh. Vosh just never grew out of it. That used to be me, but then I grew the fuck out of it. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. The lack of any intelligent conversation about politics when some existential fucking crazy thing isn't happening is making me fucking hate politics. Just weird amorphous enemies that we must fight against, otherwise the end of civilization is going to come. I have so many grievances, and we need to fix them right now. Here's a tome from the fucking 1860s that explains how we can fix it. Never mind that we are like if we didn't share the same DNA with those people, we wouldn't recognize them. Because the world has changed so much. It would be like an alien fucking world to us. Did 180 because I'm a hater? True. I don't know. I used to have so much more, like, I have a lot of vitriol in my heart. Don't get me fucking wrong. I mean, I fucking get really fucking triggered every single time Panda types in chat half the time. But Panda's not fucking unique. If we go to, like, I don't even know what would be on the news tab. Trump in prison. Kenya. Biden's old. One sec. Trump. Hillary and Obama have to rescue Biden because he's old. Politically homeless. This is interesting, actually. That's actually an interesting thing. Nikki Haley supporters are conflicted over who to vote for. Gag order. Same fucking case. Questioning the cognitive abilities of the opposition. Testing substances on Biden. More conspiracy theories. It's just, I don't know. Do we not have, like, do Republicans not have, like, a laid out plan? Because when Biden was running, he had a laid out plan for the policies that he was going to try and enact. And the Republicans are copying and pasting their 2020 agenda, which was a copy paste of the 2016 agenda. I don't know, man. This shit's fucking depressing as hell. there's just so much interesting stuff in the world, so many solutions or like different things that we could talk about. But instead we get fucking lunatics talking about Austrian economics or like socialism. I don't know. I think that another part of the thing that's depressing, and I need to go like really bad, so I need to like after this I'm gone. But like I think another reason that like this is also depressing is because anyone that could have an interesting conversation about this either A, isn't going to talk to me. Like I can't even get my fucking frustration out on the fucking leftists because they won't talk to me. Republicans are elusive to debate on stream. And when I do debate them, they're like fucking Elon Musk stands, and that's why they're a Republican. There's nothing to even respond to. Like, I can't even respond to anything because they don't say anything. The communists don't even say anything. There's nothing to respond to because no one says anything. Yeah, exactly. We can't agree on baseline truths. I don't want to go through the effort of learning, you know, the entire history of the past 10 years down to every single fucking, like, no-name actor to fight against conspiracy theories just so that we can have a basic conversation on, like, literally anything. I don't know. Like, maybe there needs to be, like, some major paradigm shift in the way that I look at the world or the way that I, look at politics or the way that I like approach streaming. I don't know, but like it actually depresses the fuck out of me. And like once I start realizing, oh my God, nobody, like there's nothing to engage with online right now. There's nothing to engage with right now. Like once I realize that, once that thought sticks in my head, the rest of the stream, I'm just like dead. There's nothing to talk about. Because it feels like there's like anything that people will bring up, it's like, okay, yeah, like obviously we figured this fucking question out fucking 10 years ago. This isn't a question of like what we should or shouldn't like do. Like we have an answer to this. General reading, Bob Woodward is great for what most people understand is happening. I mean, I read articles like I'm up on current events. But nobody wants to talk about current events in an interesting way. They just want to talk about how aggrieved they are about how Trump is being persecuted for no fucking reason, and it's just like a big conspiracy. Like it's the conspiracism for me. It's the conspiracism for me. It's the conspiracism and the extremism. And they are extremists, which would be fun to talk about if they weren't fucking cowards, like either to talk in the first place or to like actually say what their fucking position is, right? Or they'll have the conversation and can't engage because they still think that like Hillary Clinton is staying young forever by drinking adrenochrome, despite the fact that she looks like this nowadays. Like, yeah, she's definitely drinking adrenochrome because she's definitely staying young forever. That was her when she was running in 2016. This is her now. The adrenochrome is really keeping her alive forever. Like, it's like impossible to find an lefty into the echo chamber. Like, yeah, maybe we'll do that next stream before the debate. Tune in next time. We'll stream to YouTube for a little bit and then we'll siphon everyone over to Kick because we won't get banned on Kick for watching the debate. Please join the Discord because I might like do a like open panel after the debate. I might have to do what Destiny did and walk around campuses with a sign to chat. That would be fun. And I guess like maybe I'll have a opportunity to do that once I'm in DC. I don't know. Vivek meme. Last link I'm clicking, and then I'm clicking in stream, guys. We gotta have 2 tiers of justice, one for Trump and another for Biden. Oh God, it's a video. We have to listen to it fast because I already told
If you were
my
violent that
girlfriend
day,
I was going downstairs and I need to end.
If you were violent that day, you need to be held. You need to be held accountable for that violence. Now, was there, I think, a lot of unanswered questions that need to be answered, and I think it's up to good journalists to step up and understand.
Did the president incite it, though? Did Donald Trump incite it?
I don't think Donald Trump incited a violent coup if you just look at the words of what he said. He specifically said peacefully.
No, he didn't.
He
He said you got to fight like hell. He said you got to fight like hell. And if you
peacefully.
don't fight,
Like, literally, he was using the word peacefully.
Nope.
But I'm not.
He
This
used part of his speech.
is about a deeper issue where people who are in prison.
I can't watch someone who doesn't know what they're talking about argue with someone who doesn't know what they're talking about. He like that guy doesn't even believe that we landed on the moon. All right. I love you guys. You know what? Maybe the next arc, maybe my next arc will be arguing against conspiracy theories. Maybe we'll fight with like, you know, moon truthers and shit. That'll be fun. I don't know. Anyways, I'll catch you guys later, all right? Do a fortress arc? Bro, that's what the last year has been, okay? But that's because nobody will either A, talk to me or can talk to me. Anyways, I'll catch you guys later. All right. We're going to be streaming on Thursday. Please come through on Thursday. I want that to be a big stream. I want it to be fun, etc., etc. Catch you guys later.